Chapter 3278. Facing the ogre puppet, Jian Fulong was not afraid at all. He waved the demonic dragon sword in his hand and displayed his sword skills to the extreme. Murongqi watched the battle indifferently from the side. She did not immediately join the battle. That was because she wanted to find Jian Fulong's weakness before attacking. Otherwise, she would not have so much energy to control the ogre puppet and fight at the same time. Others thought that the ogre puppet was incomparably powerful. However, they did not know that controlling it required the use of soul power. It was truly troublesome. This was the reason why Dugu Kenjing's control of the puppet suddenly weakened during the tea party of the gods and devils. Dugu Kenjing probably also discovered this when he gave the ogre puppet to Murongqi. However, to Murongqi, her strength was inferior to the ogre puppet. Therefore, having this kind of thing was still very useful. While Jian Fulong was fighting the ogre puppet, he was secretly observing Murongqi's movements. Defeating the ogre puppet was not difficult for him. After the enlightenment just now, his strength had almost recovered to its former peak state. However, it was clearly not worth it to waste all his energy on this big fellow. He wanted to snatch the ogre puppet from Murongqi. That way, he could use it himself. That would be very important in turning the situation around. At this moment, Jian Fulong and the ogre puppet had already swapped positions. Originally, Jian Fulong was facing Murongqi. But now, his back was facing Murongqi. He fought and retreated, gradually approaching the woman holding the flag. He believed that the flag was the key to controlling the ogre puppet. Roar! Under Murongqi's control, the ogre puppet's attacks became even more violent. Its huge fist smashed toward Jian Fulong. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him. Rumble! Jian Fulong nimbly dodged the attack and retreated. The ogre puppet's attack landed on the ground. The entire ground was shaking as if there was an earthquake. Seeing Jian Fulong retreating toward her, Murongqi sneered and began to prepare an attack. Although her strength would be weakened while controlling the ogre puppet, if she attacked Jian Fulong from behind, she could still kill him instantly. Both sides were watching the battle and did not attack. Everyone's gaze was on the battle. Dugu Kenjing knew very well that other than him, Murongqi, and Lord He, the overall strength of the Sword God Hall was no longer comparable to the Eight Immortals' kingdom. Moreover, when he possessed Dugu Beijian, although many people did not say it out loud, they might not be convinced by him in their hearts, so there was no need to rush to attack now. As long as Jian Fulong was killed, the morale of the Eight Immortals' country would plummet. Then, with the troll puppets as the vanguard, it would be much easier to start the war. The Eight Immortals' kingdom didn't attack either. If he were to launch an attack at this time and anger Dugu Kenjing, the outcome could be imagined. Dugu Kenjing did not take action because he wanted to preserve his strength to deal with Ling Xiao. However, when it came to a critical moment, it was impossible for that old fellow to stand idly by. After Big Brother kills Murongqi, Dugu Kenjing will definitely be furious. A fierce battle is inevitable. Are you all ready? Jian 18 was Jian Fulong's younger brother. He knew exactly what his elder brother was thinking. Naturally, we are ready. We must delay until Brother Ling Xiao comes out of seclusion. At this time, only half a day had passed since Ling Xiao went into seclusion. No one knew when Ling Xiao would come out of seclusion. However, they would rather believe in Ling Xiao. Perhaps, this was what trust was. Suddenly, the situation on the battlefield changed. Murongqi finally finished condensing her attack. Seeing that Jian Fulong was less than 10 meters away from her, she couldn't stand it anymore. She couldn't hold herself back any longer. Finally, she stomped her foot and shot through the air. Cold frost she condensed on her right hand, forming a sharp ice blade. She wanted to pierce through Jian Fulong's heart. At this time, Jian Fulong seemed to be suppressed by the troll puppet and had no choice but to block with his sword. He simply couldn't deal with other attacks. One had to admit that Murongqi had grasped the opportunity very well. Of course, that was if it was a good opportunity. In fact, it wasn't. It was a trap that Jian Fulong had deliberately created. Die, Jian Fulong! Murong-chi coldly shouted. Seeing that her ice blade was about to pierce through Jian Fulong's body, however, the current Jian Fulong was completely unprepared. A complacent smile blossomed on her face. She had lost to Jian Fulong at the Fiend God Tea Party. She was still unhappy about it. Now, she wanted to collect her debt. Clang! A crisp sound echoed. Murong-chi was stunned for a moment. Soon after, she thought of a terrifying possibility. She turned around and wanted to escape. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Jian Fulong braved the attacks of the gigantic devil puppet and stabbed out with his sword, piercing right through Murong-chi's heart, piercing through his entire body. Damn it, it's you! Those who trespass the border of my 8 immortals' empire, die! Jian Fulong roared. With a shake of his sword, Murong-chi's heart was completely crushed. At this moment, Murong-chi despaired. Her dream of seizing the throne of the Ice Dynasty had actually ended at this moment. This scene caused Dugu Kenjing and Lord Black to be shocked. Damn it, it's the ancient devil mirror! Didn't expect that Ling Xiao, that brat, actually gave that treasure to that old thing. Dugu Kenjing suddenly understood why Jian Fulong kept retreating toward Murong-chi. It turned out that all of this was a conspiracy. While they were still in shock, Jian Fulong had already snatched the command flag from Murong-chi's hand. With a wave of the command flag, the troll puppet instantly stopped its attack. Hee, Dugu Kenjing, didn't expect this, right? Jian Fulong looked coldly at Dugu Kenjing, and a smile finally appeared on his face. To be able to kill Murong-chi and snatch the troll puppet was truly not easy. If any part of his plan went wrong, it could lead to his death. However, his plan succeeded. Because of the existence of the ancient devil mirror, he forcibly took the attack of Murong-chi and the troll puppet. It was all thanks to the reward of the tea party of divines and devils. Good, very good, very good. Dugu Kenjing stood up from his throne and looked coldly at Jian Fulong. Murong-chi, that lass, was originally a bargaining chip for me to control the Ice Dynasty. Now she's been killed by you. Tell me, how should I deal with you? You're indeed powerful, but don't forget that I now have the troll puppet. With us joining hands, even you might not be our match. Jian Fulong coldly said. The martial artists of the 8 Immortals' kingdom also agreed with his words. Perhaps the monarchs don't even need to make a move. Senior Jian Fulong's move is incredible. He turned the situation around in an instant. That's right. Dugu Kenjing is going to be the one having a headache now. A 5th-level life-sizer was killed. That's going to be a huge blow to their vitality. Everyone was very happy. Hee, is that so? Jian Fulong, oh Jian Fulong. You really underestimate me. Chapter 3279. We're both in the 5th level of life seizing, but I'm at the peak of that level. Besides, I have the Ghost God's seal. Do you? Laughing maniacally, Dugu Kenjing began to form the Ghost God's seal. The sound of ghosts wailing and wolves howling filled the air. Heaven and earth seemed to darken. A sinister and terrifying aura enveloped the entire battlefield. A ghost god appeared above Dugu Kenjing's head, formed entirely of true energy and death energy. Kill! He roared, and the ghost god charged at him. Jian Fulong desperately tried to defend himself, and at the same time, he controlled the troll puppet. However, it was useless. The terrifying ghost god's seal sent both the troll puppet and Jian Fulong flying. The troll puppet fell to the ground, many of its body parts shattered. Jian Fulong coughed up mouthfuls of blood. This attack caused him to be severely injured. How terrifying! They're both in the 5th level of life seizing. How can Dugu Kenjing be so strong? Eunuch Gao's body trembled. He had originally planned to wait for Dugu Kenjing to fight Jian Fulong before launching a sneak attack to kill Dugu Kenjing. However, at this moment, he felt that his body was unable to move. That sinister and terrifying aura really made people incomparably fearful. Everyone from the 8 Immortals' kingdom had grim expressions on their faces. They had thought that after killing Murong-chi and taking the troll puppet, they would be able to defeat Dugu Kenjing. But now, it seemed that he had thought too highly of the situation. "Are you afraid?" Draco Mammoth roared. "No!" Their voices shook the heavens. "Very well. No matter how strong the enemy is, we will not surrender or run away even if we all die today." Draco Mammoth took the lead and stepped in front of Jian Fulong. They all knew very well that the current Jian Fulong was already seriously injured and wouldn't be able to endure any more torment. If they didn't step forward, who else would? Longchin, Cold Plum, Domineering Blade, Falling Moon, Bifeng, Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix, Emperor Draco Mammoth, and Sword 18th. All of them stood in front of Jian Fulong. "You!" Jian Fulong's heart was filled with emotions. "Old senior, there's no need to say any more. I'm afraid that we won't be able to survive today. However, dying in such a regretful manner isn't our style. Even if we're going to die, we should at least get something out of our enemies." Long Xiang waved his hand and the terrifying king of dragon elephant martial soul appeared behind him and merged with his body. The rest also unleashed their martial spirits. A motley crew. How could you possibly block a single strike from this old man? Duga Kenjing looked at the crowd mockingly. "It just so happens that I have something fun to show you. Secret art, resurrection of the dead." As he released his powerful soul force and true essence, the already dead Murong Qi actually stood up shakily. His eyes were gray and lifeless. His entire body was swaying as if he was a walking corpse. "This undead body is more than enough to deal with you all. This old man doesn't even need to make a move." Duga Kenjing sneered and waved his hand. The undead body suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the people of the Eight Immortals country. Murong Qi had lost the ability to think, and had even forgotten how to use martial techniques. However, the fleshly body power of a 5th division life-sizer was enough to make Long Xiang and the others feel very uncomfortable. With just a single strike, one of them was sent flying. That said, they weren't to be trifled with either. After being sent flying, they crawled back to their feet and rejoined the battle. More than a dozen people surrounded the undead body and unleashed a barrage of attacks. However, the undead body didn't seem to be able to die. It didn't matter how serious the injuries were, it didn't seem to be afraid. "Ha ha ha, listen to my command. Sword God Hall's army, launch an all-out attack." Duga Kenjing knew that there was no need to wait any longer. Since Ling Xiao hadn't shown up yet, he would have his army raze the Eight Immortals country's territory to the ground. Duga Kenjing gave the order, and the two armies clashed. The flames of war reignited. Battle cries shook the heavens. "Perish, Eight Immortals country! Ling Xiao, you coward! You'll never be a match for me. Let's see where you'll hide after we flatten the Eight Immortals country." Duga Kenjing laughed maniacally. As long as there were no accidents, the battle today would naturally end with the victory of the Heavenly Sword Hall. "Don't forget that you're here for the God Devil Medallion, not to destroy the Eight Immortals country. If you can't get the God Devil Medallion and kill Ling Xiao, everything will be for naught." "That's right," Duga Kenjing said. "I almost forgot about that. Listen up, people of the Eight Immortals country. If you tell me where Ling Xiao is, I'll spare your life." Duga Kenjing laughed coldly. "If you want to live, hurry up. This is your only chance. Don't even think about it, you old dog. We'd rather die than betray our emperor." Long Xiang roared and punched Murong Qi's undead body with both fists. Unfortunately, the attack didn't have much effect. The difference in strength was too great. Murong Qi's undead body only shook slightly before he sent Long Xiang flying with a palm strike. "Hee, you want to die, but it doesn't mean that everyone else wants to die. The Eight Immortals country isn't a monolithic block." Duga Kenjing sneered and continued to wait. He believed that under the threat of death, someone would definitely betray Ling Xiao. I know where Ling Xiao is. I hope your majesty will spare my life and protect my family." Finally, someone stood up. It was the king of one of the Sword Dynasty's vassal states. They were once oppressed by the Sword God Hall and lived a life worse than pigs and dogs. It was the Eight Immortals country that saved them, and Ling Xiao gave them a chance to take revenge. But today, In the face of death, he actually wanted to betray them. Wang Yuan, you traitor! I'll kill you! The old shaman roared and pounced on Wang Yuan. With this old man here, can you kill him? Dugu Kenjing's voice suddenly sounded. The old shaman immediately bled from his 7 orifices and his body was sent flying. As for Wang Yuan's family, they were swept into the Sword God Hall's camp by Dugu Kenjing. Speak, where is Ling Xiao? Dugu Kenjing asked coldly. He's cultivating. I can take you to see him now, Wang Yuan hurriedly said. Very well, after killing Ling Xiao, I'd like to see what ability this 8 immortals country has to contend with me. Dugu Kenjing sneered. Of course, he wanted the 8 immortals country to be destroyed, but what he wanted the most was to kill Ling Xiao. Because to him, Ling Xiao was the biggest hidden danger. Stop him! Jian Fulong roared and waved the command flag in his hand, making the troll puppet rush out. And he also soared into the sky with serious injuries. Even if he died, he had to delay for a while. Chapter 3280. Old man, you're courting death! Dugu Kenjing shouted coldly and sent the puppet flying with a slap. Then, he slapped Jian Fulong. Jian Fulong couldn't block this slap at all. He could only watch as the other party's palm approached him. I didn't expect that I, Jian Fulong, would die in such a way. I'm sorry, Ling Xiao. In the end, I still couldn't stop that old dog Dugu Kenjing. Jian Fulong shook his head and smiled bitterly. He couldn't do anything at this moment. He was already seriously injured by Dugu Kenjing's ghost seal. He could only wait for death to come. Martial uncle, you've already done very well. Leave the rest to me. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Jian Fulong's ear. It was Ling Xiao's voice. He looked around in disbelief, but he didn't see Ling Xiao's figure. However, Dugu Kenjing suddenly screamed and retreated hundreds of meters away. One of his hands had been cut off. Everyone was stunned. The originally chaotic battlefield actually stopped because of this scream. Everyone looked over in this direction. Boom! They didn't see anyone, but Murong Chi's undead body was smashed into pieces and scattered on the ground. Who's there? Playing tricks! Dugu Kenjing looked at his bleeding right hand and was furious. He casually grabbed a soldier and sucked his blood essence. The severed arm quickly grew back. However, this action caused him to lose a lot of Jinyuan. Haven't you been looking for me? Finally, Ling Xiao's figure appeared in front of everyone. He was floating in the air, but his body was faintly discernible. He had already condensed the Shadow Rabbit Beast soul and obtained the Shadow Warrior ability. Coupled with the Dark Shadow Profound, his body could turn into a shadow at will. It was the best use for sneak attacks. Moreover, everyone could feel that his aura was much stronger than before. Long live the Emperor! Seeing Ling Xiao cut off Dugu Kenjing's hand and shatter that troublesome undead body, the soldiers of the 8 Immortals Nation were excited. Ling Xiao! Dugu Kenjing and Lord Black almost simultaneously called out this youth that they were extremely afraid of, yet desperately wanted to see. You're finally willing to come out. This old man thought you were a coward. Dugu Kenjing sneered. However, Ling Xiao did not look at him. Instead, he looked at Wang Yuan and said, Your country was enslaved by others, and we were the ones who saved you. Your family was almost killed, and it was I who saved them. And today, you actually betrayed me? Do you know who I, Ling Xiao, hate the most? He was a traitor. Are you ready to be dismembered? Spare me, your majesty. I was foolish. Wang Yuan was frightened out of his wits by Ling Xiao's aura. He hurriedly knelt down and begged for mercy. Stand up. With this old man here, no one can kill you, Dugu Kenjing said coldly. Although Wang Yuan was no longer of any use to him, he could not allow Ling Xiao to kill Wang Yuan in front of him. If I want to kill him, can you stop me? Ling Xiao sneered, and his figure suddenly disappeared again. In the next moment, everyone saw Wang Yuan's body split into pieces, and blood splattered everywhere. Ling Xiao reappeared from where he was standing and looked at Dugu Kenjing contemptuously. Your era has long passed. What's the point of using such a wicked method to forcefully extend your life? Bullshit, my era is not over yet! Dugu Kenjing roared. Hee hee. Ling Xiao sneered, then turned around and said to everyone, all of you, step back and prepare for battle. Those who are injured, immediately treat them. Leave the rest of the battle to me. Ling Xiao said in a clear voice. Yes. The Emperor's orders must be obeyed. This was the first law of the Eight Immortals Empire, and even the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. Ling Xiao was very clear that the way to rule the world was tyrannical, and the way to rule the world was tyrannical. Right now, he only needed to be tyrannical, and that was enough. As for the way to rule the world, it wouldn't be too late to talk about it after he unified the mystic world. The army of the Eight Immortals Empire retreated, and the army of the Heavenly Sword Hall did not chase after them. Because as long as one was from the Heavenly Sword Hall, there was no one who didn't know how powerful Ling Xiao was. Moreover, Ling Xiao had already displayed his terrifying strength just now. Whoever dared to act recklessly at this time was purely courting death. Dugu Kenjing waved his hand, indicating for the army to stop attacking. To him, Ling Xiao was the key. As long as he could eliminate Ling Xiao, what was the Eight Immortals Empire? The pair of eyes behind Lord Hei's mask also stared at Ling Xiao, full of resentment. The large-scale battle only lasted for less than 10 minutes before it came to an abrupt end. All of this was because of Ling Xiao's appearance. If Ling Xiao had appeared even a minute later, Jian Fulong would have died. Those brothers and sisters of his would also not have been able to escape death. Jian Fulong had bought precious time for him, allowing him to integrate with the Shadow Rabbit martial soul and increase his strength by a large margin. Although he didn't break through in the end, the energy in his cultivation C had reached 100%, and his combat strength was also several times stronger than before. Seeing Ling Xiao's appearance, Jian Fulong frowned and said, Sai, it's all because of your martial uncle's incompetence that you couldn't break through the last checkpoint. If you didn't break through, it would be very difficult to win against Dugu Kenjing. My old bones don't deserve to be regretted even if I die. If you come out now, wouldn't all my previous efforts be wasted? Unlike those excited soldiers, Jian Fulong was very calm. Although Ling Xiao gave Dugu Kenjing a show of strength the moment he appeared, he was very clear that Ling Xiao didn't break through. Without a breakthrough, it was impossible for him to be Dugu Kenjing's opponent. That's right, boss. Even if we die in battle, you can avenge us. If you come out now, wouldn't everyone die the same? Moreover, it would be a meaningless death. Long Chen also stood out and said. The rest nodded one after another, clearly having the same thoughts. Do you guys not believe in me? I'm really a failure as an imperial emperor. Ling Xiao suddenly grinned and said, If you guys die, what's the point of me, Ling Xiao, taking revenge? To me, living relatives and friends are the only things that are meaningful. You. Everyone was silenced by Ling Xiao's words. It wasn't that they didn't trust Ling Xiao, but the gap between the two sides was really too big. They couldn't help but worry. Especially when Dugu Kenjing used the peak general level martial art, Ghost Deity Seal. It was simply like a ghost descending to the world. It was extremely terrifying, even more terrifying than Dugu Beijian's high general level martial art, Golden Dragon Seal. One must know that in the Sword Dynasty, the most powerful martial art was Dugu Beijian's Golden Dragon Seal. Dugu Kenjing's Ghost Deity Seal was probably not his own martial art, but given to him by someone else. But no matter what, it was indeed incomparably powerful and could crush everything. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he turned his head to look at the masked man in black. That person gave him a feeling that was even more dangerous than Dugu Kenjing. Kid, if you were more ruthless and hid to cultivate, you might really be able to avenge them. Unfortunately, you're too emotional and stupid. It's meaningless for you to come out now. Today, I'll let you see what a true expert is. Chapter 3281. Dugu Kenjing had gradually calmed down. He had the Ghost Deity Seal and was much stronger than Ling Xiao. There was no need for him to be afraid. Although Ling Zhao's shadow rabbit martial soul was a little troublesome, there were many ways to deal with it. Ling Xiao looked at Duge Kenjing contemptuously and said, "Old fellow, I won't become a scum who doesn't recognize his own family and forgets favors in vain like you. You lost to me once at the Fiend Celestial Tea Party. You're still not my match today. Do you think you're invincible after learning the Ghost Deity Seal? It's a pity that you're too anxious. You've only cultivated the Ghost Deity Seal to minor completion. You're simply courting death." He walked forward as he spoke, without the slightest hint of fear. Calm, confident, domineering, and powerful. 18. Stop your disciple, Jian Longlong shouted. Jian Fulong shouted. You are his master. He will at least listen to you a little. No matter what, he's not Duge Kenjing's match. Moreover, there's a black-clothed man beside him. He looks equally terrifying. No need. 18 shook his head. He's my disciple. I know him best. No one can stop him now. Let him go. I believe that my disciple can create a new miracle. Don't forget that he's the son of miracles. Ha, master knows me best. You want me, Ling Xiao, to abandon my friends and family and run away? I'd rather fight to the death. Ling Xiao looked back at 18 and laughed. What are you laughing at? We're all willing to sacrifice ourselves for you. Jian Longlong scolded. Your talent is obvious to all. Only you can kill Duge Kenjing, but not now. Martial uncle, you're willing to sacrifice yourselves for me. Why can't I fight for you? Moreover, am I really inferior to Duge Kenjing? That's not necessarily true. Ling Xiao continued to walk forward as he spoke. The terrifying aura in his body continued to rise. Jian Fulong wanted to say something but was stopped by Sword 18. Big brother, just believe in him. Who would have thought that he would be able to save someone from the bloodthirsty sword mound? Who would have thought that he would be able to defeat the demonic dragon puppet? Who would have thought that he would be able to kill Sunbird here? Who would have thought that at the tea of fiend gods and devils, he would stand out among the many experts and become the champion? He himself is a miracle. The greater the difficulty, the stronger he can become. Upon hearing this, Jian Fulong fell into a daze. Perhaps he could really trust this little fellow for once. Forget it. If the situation isn't right, let's go. No matter what, we can't let him die here. Jian Fulong swallowed a recovery pill and started to speed up his recovery. On the other side, the puppet masters of the 8 Immortals country are also repairing the troll puppets. Now that the flag was in their hands, the troll puppets would be a great fighting force. If Ling Xiao really couldn't win, this troll puppet would be of great use. At this time, Ling Xiao was only 100 meters away from Duge Kenjing. Facing the endless army of millions, he smiled contemptuously. Then, his gaze landed on the black-clothed man. If I'm not wrong, you should be the black-clothed envoy. I really don't know how I offended you, Ling Xiao, to make you willingly impart such a powerful martial art like the Ghost Seal to Duge Kenjing to deal with me. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not the black-clothed envoy, that person said. Hee, you don't even dare to admit your identity? It seems that you're really afraid of your master. Ling Xiao smiled. But I'm relieved. It seems that you can't take the initiative to attack me. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep your life. For a nobody from the Sword Dynasty like me, you wouldn't joke around with your life. That's why you chose Duge Kenjing as your representative. The black-clothed envoy didn't say a word. It was equivalent to tacit agreement. At this time, he was very shocked. He had clearly concealed it very well, so how did Ling Xiao see through it? Of course, he didn't know how terrifying Ling Xiao's Tai Chi was. Not to mention one mask, even 10 masks couldn't block that pair of sharp eyes. Kid, don't talk nonsense. If you want to live, obediently hand over the 3 fiend god tokens. Also, hand over the catalog that Duge Beijing gave you. Duge Kenjing suddenly said. Ling Xiao looked at Duge Kenjing mockingly. If I hand it over, you'll kill me. If I don't hand it over, you'll also kill me. Asking such a question, is there a hole in your brain? Oh, I almost forgot, you don't have a brain at all. Your brain belongs to Dugabajian. Kid, you're courting death. Duga Kenjing frowned. He really didn't understand where the other party got the confidence to speak to him in such a way when the disparity in strength between the two sides was so great. Could it be that Ling Xiao had actually broken through and was just hiding his true cultivation? Duga Kenjing's mind began to run wild. Ling Xiao's expression didn't seem like the expression of someone who was facing an undefeatable expert. Courting death? I think you're the one courting death. Did you come all the way here to give me the Sword Dynasty's territory? Ling Xiao mocked. Haha, I know you have a sharp tongue. This old man won't bicker with you. If you want to die, this old man will fulfill your wish. With a sneer, waves of black aura emerged from Dugu Kenjing's body. Then, an illusory figure appeared behind him. The illusory figure was wrapped in a black robe and held a sharp sickle in its hand. It coldly looked at everyone. Death God Martial Soul! Ling Xiao frowned. It wasn't that he hadn't seen such a strange martial soul before, but when it was displayed by Dugu Kenjing, it emitted an incomparably terrifying and gloomy aura. After all, Dugu Kenjing's soul was truly resurrected and he had taken over Dugu Beijian's body. Seeing this scene, Jian Fulong and the others began to worry for Ling Xiao again. Although they had some confidence in Ling Xiao before, Dugu Kenjing's true strength was the real deal. However, Dugu Kenjing had only revealed his true abilities at this moment. How could they not be worried? However, Ling Xiao was a bull in his bones. Once he decided on something, no one could change his mind. Therefore, they could only watch quietly and see how Ling Xiao would defeat the powerful Dugu Kenjing. They hoped that a miracle would appear on this land. Dugu Kenjing's body circulated with a dark and deathly aura, as if he was the death god who had walked out of hell. Facing this terrifying aura, Ling Xiao didn't pale in comparison. He instantly entered the everlasting heavenly mouse beast soul transformation state. At the same time, more than 10 martial soul phantoms appeared behind him. A strong domineering aura was released. It forcefully suppressed Dugu Kenjing's deathly aura. I, Dugu Kenjing, have awakened from hell and obtained this powerful martial soul. Today, I'll let you die under the sickle of the death god. Chapter 3282. You really don't have the qualifications to do that. What death god? It's just a martial soul condensed from death aura. You can scare others, but can you scare me? Ling Xiao sneered. The ice-revered sword appeared in his left hand and the bloodthirsty demon sword appeared in his right. This was the first time 2 high-quality Emperor artifact swords appeared at the same time. Long live! Long live! On the 8 Immortals Empire's side, cheers constantly sounded. Ling Xiao's current aura was at least not inferior to Dugu Kenjing's. However, Jian Fulong shook his head, the worry on his face growing stronger. There was only one explanation for why Ling Xiao would use 2 high-quality Emperor artifact swords at the same time. Dugu Kenjing was too strong, so he had no choice but to do so. Bloodthirsty demon sword? That's mine! Dugu Kenjing had always been brooding over this bloodthirsty demon sword. With this demon sword, he could truly be considered to be in his complete form. However, Dugu Kenjing gave this sword to Ling Xiao at the last moment, causing him to fail at the last moment. He was very unhappy in his heart. He wanted to take back the bloodthirsty demon's sword that belonged to him. However, the powerful aura released by Ling Xiao made Dugu Kenjing frown. This kid was indeed stronger than the one he met at the tea party of gods and devils. Could it be that his cultivation had advanced again? No, how is that possible? It's only been a little more than a day since then. Even if he has top-notch talent, it's absolutely impossible. Thinking of this, Dugu Kenjing no longer hesitated. His eyes were filled with killing intent, representing his endless hatred and fear for Ling Xiao. The black death aura on his body made him look like a real death god. Cold, gloomy, and exterminating everything. A low roar came from his throat. Dugu Kenjing lightly stepped on the ground and his body shot towards Ling Xiao like a black arrow. The terrifying death god martial soul behind him was incomparably malevolent. The huge scythe seemed to want to harvest all life in front of it. At the same time, a scythe appeared in Dugu Kenjing's hand. It was clearly a high-quality Emperor artifact that had been meticulously crafted. Compared to the bloodthirsty demon's sword, it was not inferior. The scythe tore through the void, making an unpleasant and ear-piercing sound. Dugu Kenjing's cultivation was at the peak of the 5th-level life-sizers, coupled with the death god martial soul and the hell battle body that Dugu Kenjing had condensed from hell. It was just an ordinary strike. He didn't even use any moves, but its power seemed to be even more terrifying than that of a medium general realm martial arts technique. The 8 Immortals' kingdom's brows furrowed. Although they supported Ling Xiao, they did not trust him blindly. Dugu Kenjing's cultivation and strength were clearly higher than Ling Xiao's. It would be difficult for Ling Xiao to block this attack. They looked at Ling Xiao. And Ling Xiao didn't use any martial skills. It was just a light stab of his sword. However, this stab contained his comprehension of sword intent. Fast. Extremely fast. The ice-revered sword and the death scythe slammed into each other, creating a storm of energy that tore at each other in the void. Boom! A moment later, the storm of energy exploded. Ling Xiao retreated several dozen meters. Dugu Kenjing didn't have the upper hand either, and was also forced back several dozen meters. Neither of them used any martial skills in their first clash, and the result was a draw. This scene made many people very surprised. After all, Dugu Kenjing was a 5th division life-sizer. He even had the hell battle body. And yet he couldn't suppress Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao's strength had already reached a level where he could contend against Dugu Kenjing? Their anxiety and despair had turned into hope and hope. The cheers from the 8 Immortals' kingdom grew even louder. The battle hadn't been as tragic as they had imagined. Ling Xiao had shown the side of the child of miracles. A 3rd-level life-sizer fighting a 5th-level life-sizer, and yet he wasn't afraid at all. Just how terrifyingly strong had this young monarch become? Dugu Kenjing's expression was unsightly. He had come here aggressively, confident that he could defeat Ling Xiao and take the 3 God Devil medallions and the 9 Paragons catalog. However, after this exchange of blows, he became less confident. This kid, he thought. I hate to admit it, but to be able to block an ordinary attack from me means that he's grown terrifyingly fast. And it's only been a day. That said, I can sense that he hasn't made any cultivation-based breakthroughs. Perhaps this is my only chance to kill him. I can't afford to fail. Dugu Kenjing was truly frightened by Ling Xiao's talent. Ling Xiao's display of talent left him completely terrified. Well done, kid! No wonder the monarch was willing to place his hopes of revenge on you when he was possessed, and not me. It seems he was right. Eunuch Gao stood next to the carriage, coldly watching the battle. His eyes flashed with determination. Since Ling Xiao was so talented, then even if he had to die here today, he would buy some time for Ling Xiao to grow. He was preparing to launch a sneak attack on Dugu Kenjing. He would use his own life force to unleash his final splendor. Didn't you say you wanted to kill me, old man? Is that all you've got? You want to make a fool of yourself? Ling Xiao said disdainfully after standing still. Humph. You'll be crying soon enough. Dugu Kenjing refused to believe that Ling Xiao was a match for him at this point. He gave up on his wild fantasies. He reorganized his attack, and began to pursue Ling Xiao. This time, he used a martial skill. Naturally, Ling Xiao did the same. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 10 blows before splitting up again. If you want to make me cry, Dugu Kenjing said, then you shouldn't use such a boring method. Don't you have the Ghost God seal? Use it. Let me see how powerful your Ghost Deity seal is. With 2 swords in hand, Ling Xiao swept through everything in his path. As long as he stood there, he was the stabilizing force of the kingdom of the 8 Immortals. Morale instantly soared. Their monarch's cultivation base clearly wasn't high enough, and yet he was no weaker than Dugu Kenjing in terms of battle prowess. How valiant was this? How shocking was this? How did you do it, kid? Duga Kenjing asked. For most people, challenging someone one level above them is already very difficult. But you're 2 levels above you, and you're challenging someone in the 5th stratum of life seizing. Back at the Tea of Gods and Devils, I was very curious. How did you do it? Duga Kenjing was completely flabbergasted. He simply couldn't understand how Ling Xiao could be so powerful. Chapter 3283. Are you scared? All I can tell you is that I have something you don't. You were resurrected from hell, and the thing you're most proud of is your experience, right? Unfortunately, your experience is not worth mentioning in front of me. Therefore, you have no advantage over me in this fight. Ling Xiao chuckled coldly. Besides, don't forget that I have Little Gold with me. You have to be careful. Who knows when I'll have Little Gold launch a sneak attack? Don't you dare die here. Are you trying to scare me? Duga Kenjing said, frowning. Although he didn't want to believe Ling Xiao, he had to admit that Ling Xiao was telling the truth. His experience was simply too useful when dealing with other martial artists. He could easily make fools of his enemies. But when it came to Ling Xiao, it was as if he had lost all of his experience. And then there was Little Gold, who was a nightmare to him. Last time outside Sword God City, Duga Kenjing had almost lost his life because of Little Gold's sneak attack. Although he was a bit stronger than before, he still hadn't made a breakthrough. Without reaching the 6th stratum of life seizing, Little Gold could still kill him. Therefore, he had to be careful. Trying to scare you? Do as you please. Ling Xiao sneered. Don't be scared by that brat, Duga Kenjing. He's obviously trying to weaken your will to fight, Lord Black said loudly. Duga Kenjing suddenly realized what was going on. Well done, kid. You're really crafty. Crafty? Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? Do I need to weaken your battle intent to deal with you? What a joke! Ling Xiao sneered. It doesn't matter if you're right or not. You're going to die, kid. A high-level general class martial skill. Tyrannical saber of death, torment of living beings. As Duga Kenjing roared, the blood-colored scythe in his hand began to emanate a towering aura of death. The terrifying scythe slashed toward Ling Xiao with mountain-toppling, sea-draining force. It was as if the entire hell had collapsed and crashed down on Ling Xiao. It's actually a lower-ranked martial skill. This Duga Kenjing is indeed a unique existence in the Sword Empire. Aside from Ling Xiao, there's really no one who can fight with him for so long. Jian Fulong smiled bitterly. Will Ling Xiao be able to withstand it? Jian Luiying asked worriedly. I don't know. Maybe. Everything depends on Ling Xiao's mastery of martial skills. Jian Fulong didn't fully understand Ling Xiao. For example, he only knew that Ling Xiao had killed the Sunbird on Sun Island. He didn't know the entire battle process. While everyone was talking, Duga Kenjing's attack had already arrived. Compared to the previous series of attacks, this attack was truly terrifying. Previously, it was almost like a warm-up. It was completely a joke. Whether or not Ling Xiao could block this attack was perhaps the key turning point of this battle. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao. They found that in the face of this brazen attack, he still maintained an indifferent expression, as if nothing mattered. Such an expression made Duga Kenjing even angrier. Keep pretending, keep pretending. I don't believe that you can withstand this high-level general realm martial arts technique. In Duga Kenjing's eyes, Ling Xiao's calmness was completely in act. It was impossible for him to block his attack. Rumble! Billowing black gas swept over. The air was constantly torn apart, the space was in chaos, and explosions continued. The power of an advanced general martial skill was indeed terrifying. It was completely different from ordinary attacks. Are you pretending? You really don't believe that you're old and that your era has passed. Now I'll show you the power of the new era. Golden Dragon Seal! Break it! Amidst the angry roar, Ling Xiao temporarily put away his 2 swords. He flipped his hands and formed the seal. Above his head, a terrifying golden dragon roared, looking ahead with a majestic and domineering gaze. The surrounding black gas of death was actually forced back by the golden light. The golden dragon collided with the death scythe. A series of violent explosions could be heard. The terrifying golden dragon seal actually blocked Dugu Kenjing's advanced general martial skill. Not only that, the two of them retreated almost at the same time. They were both sent flying by the terrifying force. Golden Dragon Seal! It's actually the Golden Dragon Seal! Looking at the familiar move, Eunuch Gao thought of his master, Dugu Beijian, and the scene when the ungrateful Dugu Kenjing seized Dugu Beijian's body. He was surprised that Ling Xiao could cultivate the Golden Dragon Seal to such a level. How long had it been? This young man was probably more terrifying than everyone imagined. In the entire Nine Supremes, he might be the top genius. Eunuch Gao was not the only one who was surprised. Everyone present was a little dumbfounded. They thought that once Dugu Kenjing used the advanced general martial skill, he could easily kill Ling Xiao. The martial artists of the Eight Immortals' kingdom were even ready to save Ling Xiao. On the Heavenly Sword Hall side, many people were ready to cheer. Unfortunately, the current situation was different from what they had imagined. Ling Xiao had also learned an advanced general martial skill. And it was so powerful. Dugu Kenjing's expression was very ugly, as if he had been smeared with a layer of potash. Are you that surprised? When you seized Dugu Beijian's body, he gave me the Golden Dragon Seal. You should know that with my talent, it's easy to learn it. I've said it before, it's better to use your Demon God Seal. Otherwise, you'll really die here today. Ling Xiao looked at Dugu Kenjing contemptuously, as if he did not put Dugu Kenjing in his eyes at all. That brat really hid his strength well. He actually managed to cultivate the Golden Dragon Seal to such a level. It seems that as long as Dugu Kenjing doesn't use the Demon God Seal, he really can't do anything to him. Jian Fulong laughed, but he was also a little surprised in his heart. He had only been in seclusion for a little more than a day, but he found that Ling Xiao's fighting strength was really much stronger than before. Was this just an illusion? Or could it be that Ling Xiao's talent was even more terrifying than he had imagined? Heaven-defying talent, a peerless monster. This is what I've only heard of in the past. Today, I've really seen it. However, what if Dugu Kenjing uses the Demon God Seal? The power of the Demon God Seal can even ignore a magic treasure like the ancient Demon Mirror. Jian 18 was still a little worried. Although he was proud of Ling Xiao's excellence, the more he didn't want anything to happen to Ling Xiao. Alright, since you want to taste the Demon God Seal, this old man will fulfill your wish. Dugu Kenjing was completely annoyed. Facing a mere Ling Xiao, he actually couldn't deal with him after spending so much time. This was simply a disgrace. He originally didn't want to use the Demon God Seal because it was too powerful and consumed too much of his energy. However, if he couldn't kill Ling Xiao today, he was afraid that it wouldn't be so easy for him in the future. Chapter 3284. A terrifying aura of death gathered in his hands. Ling Xiao was in no hurry to attack as he looked at the Ghost God Seal. To him, Dugu Kenjing's most powerful weapon was the Ghost God Seal. As long as he could break it, everything would no longer be a problem. Chi! At that moment, a shocking scene happened on the battlefield. Eunuch Gao, who had been standing there with his head lowered, suddenly unleashed the most brilliant attack of his life. A sword pierced through Dugu Kenjing's body. Blood spurted out, and the black aura began to spurt out uncontrollably. Dugu Kenjing, who was condensing the Ghost God's Seal, did not expect such an attack from behind. He thought that he had already intimidated Eunuch Gao. He thought that Eunuch Gao would never dare to sneak up on him. But he was wrong, and very wrong. Eunuch Gao had never been intimidated by him. Eunuch Gao only had Dugu Beijian as his master. Although it was blind loyalty, it was absolute loyalty. He would die without regrets to avenge his master. Damn it! Dugu Kenjing roared, grabbed Eunuch Gao, and lifted him up. How dare you sneak up on me? You're courting death! He no longer hoped to intimidate this person. He wanted to kill Eunuch Gao in front of everyone. He didn't believe that anyone would dare to betray him. Hee, what's so scary about death? My only regret is that I can't kill you before I die. Eunuch Gao sneered, showing no fear in the face of death. You want to die? It won't be that easy. I've changed my mind. I'm going to lock you up and make you suffer a fate worse than death every day. Dugu Kenjing roared. Hey, we're still fighting! Suddenly, a voice sounded in Dugu Kenjing's ear. Dugu Kenjing trembled in fear when he heard that voice. Ling Xiao attacked. He cut off Dugu Kenjing's arm. Then, Ling Xiao threw Eunuch Gao toward the 8 Immortals' nation. Old eunuch, if you want to see me avenge your master, then live well. You won't be able to see anything if you die. As he spoke, Ling Xiao stabbed out again, his target being Dugu Kenjing's head. Right at that moment, the motionless Lord Black was finally unable to contain himself. He suddenly appeared between Ling Xiao and Dugu Kenjing, grabbed Dugu Kenjing, and tore through the sky. That terrifying aura made Ling Xiao's expression turn ugly. 6th Division of Life seizing? At least. Seeing Dugu Kenjing being rescued by Lord Black, the Heavenly Sword Hall's army was completely stunned. They were here to flatten the 8 Immortals' kingdom. Why did it seem like they had become stray dogs instead? Listen up, surrender is your only way out. Otherwise, I'll kill you all! Ling Xiao floated in the air and said in a clear voice. Surrender. There was no other choice. Dugu Kenjing had already been defeated, so how could they still dare to resist? Besides, among those people, there were quite a few martial artists who were unhappy with Dugu Kenjing to begin with. Although they weren't as brave as Eunuch Gao, they naturally couldn't continue to serve Dugu Kenjing in this situation. Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor, Dragonesque Elephant Emperor, I'll leave the matter of recruiting these people to you. If anyone dares to feign compliance, kill them all. He wasn't afraid of these people rebelling at all, even if he didn't use the soul-assimilating pill. Now that the Heavenly Sword Hall's experts were chatting, the 8 Immortals' Kingdom's experts were increasing in number. Any one of them could kill all of these people. If they didn't want to die, they had to be obedient. Oh! No problem! At that moment, the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor and Dragonesque Elephant Emperor were still in shock. They couldn't believe it. The Heavenly Sword Hall's powerful attack had ended just like that. Dugu Kenjing had been defeated just like that. It was like a dream. Long live! Long live the Emperor! It was just like when Ling Xiao defeated Dugu Xingjian, repelled the Heavenly Sword Hall's army, and protected the Dragonesque Elephant tribe. This time, he still stood up, but the one who was repelled was Dugu Kenjing. No words of praise could describe their feelings at that moment. Leave the praises for later. Since Dugu Kenjing has been defeated, why don't we take this opportunity to take down the Sword Dynasty in one fell swoop? Ling Xiao felt that it was time. He had already obtained the Divine Demon Order. If he could unify the Sword Dynasty before leaving, not only would he be more at ease, but it would also increase his strength directly. The process of unifying was directly linked to the power of the Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul. The Heavenly Dragon power, the White Tiger power, the Divine Phoenix power, and the Black Tortoise power that was constantly getting stronger. The more places he unified, the more powerful he would be. One should know that the Heavenly Dragon power, the White Tiger power, and the Divine Phoenix power were not as powerful as the Black Tortoise power. This was mainly because the Black Tortoise continent was bigger and the martial artists were stronger. It was more difficult to unify. Good idea. Let's hold the celebration banquet in the Sword God City. The Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor laughed. Of course. Everyone agreed with Ling Xiao's idea. Now that Dugu Kenjing had escaped with serious injuries and the Heavenly Sword Hall's 1,000,000 troops had surrendered to the 8 Immortals' kingdom, the Heavenly Sword Hall was already dead in name. This was definitely the best opportunity. As a result, the 8 Immortals' kingdom's army set out. The surrendered troops were divided into different camps and fought together. In just 20 days, the Sword Dynasty's army finally gathered in the Sword God City and unified the Sword Dynasty. The Sword Dynasty was officially renamed to the 8 Immortals' Kingdom. Ling Xiao was still an imperial emperor. Under the Imperial Emperor there were 5 kings. They were the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor, the Dragon Elephant Emperor, the 18th Sword Emperor, Jian Fulong, and Haim Myunkeo. Although Haim Myunkeo's strength was not as strong as the other 4, she was more talented. In addition, she had the closest relationship with the Heavenly Empire. No one objected to her being the king. Ling Xiao still did not care about worldly affairs. He left all the government affairs to the 5 kings. He only focused on pursuing martial arts. No one felt that there was anything wrong with this. After all, the stronger Ling Xiao was, the more stable the 8 Immortals' kingdom would be. On this day, the Sword God's city was renamed to the 8 Immortals' city, and a grand celebration was held. The whole city was jubilant. It's a pity that Sister Moon Maiden isn't here. Otherwise, she would definitely enjoy such a lively scene. After a day of celebration, Ling Xiao sat on the roof of the former Sword God Palace, which was now the Emperor Palace. He looked at the moon and drank wine. He couldn't help but miss the past. Sister Moon Maiden, bear with it for a while longer. The Fiend God Order is already in my hands. As long as I kill Duga Kenjing, I will go to the immemorial divine tomb. We will meet again soon. Why are you drinking alone? Jian Luiying's voice sounded. Senior sister, you guys have tormented me today. Why don't you take a break? Ling Xiao laughed. Who dares to mess with you? You're the monarch of the 8 Immortals Empire, yet you managed to take control of the Sword Dynasty in less than a year. I'm afraid no one would believe such a thing in the past. Chapter 3285. To be honest, you've really surprised us. In less than a year, you've become the top expert of the Sword Dynasty, and even brought the country under your rule. Apart from a monster like you, who else can do such a thing? Jian Luiying sighed. It's all thanks to your help. Otherwise, I don't know how long I'd have to wait alone. Ling Xiao shook his head. Don't be humble. Do you have any plans for Duga Kenjing? Are you going to look for him? Jian Luiying asked. No need, he'll come to me. Ling Xiao smiled. If nothing unexpected happened, the battle with Duga Kenjing should be his last battle before leaving the Sword Dynasty. As for the black-robed demon Unveil, he probably wouldn't attack directly, so he didn't have to worry too much. Your Majesty, someone is looking for you. Just as Ling Xiao and Jian Luiying were chatting, Eunuch Gao's voice was heard. Ling Xiao admired Eunuch Gao very much, so he kept him in the 8 Immortals city to continue serving him. Being in charge of all the servants in Sword God's city was considered a high status. Eunuch Gao was grateful that Ling Xiao had saved his life twice, and Ling Xiao was also willing to avenge Duga Beijian, so he agreed to stay. Who's looking for me? Ling Xiao asked curiously. It's me. Before Eunuch Gao could speak, a person stepped on the air in the dark night sky. Her body was shining with pink light. It was a woman. This woman's every movement exuded an air of arrogance. She was dressed in pink soft armor and looked quite handsome. It was just that the condescending expression on his face really made people feel uncomfortable looking at him. How dare you not kneel when you see the Emperor? Eunuch Gao was still very principled when doing things. He was always concerned about the matter, not the person. Kneel? Do you know who I am? How dare you ask me to kneel? On the other hand, you should all kneel and listen to my orders when you see me. The woman was very arrogant and domineering. Oh? My 8 Immortals kingdom has just unified this place, and there are already blind people looking for trouble? Ling Xiao sneered. He drank a mouthful of wine, wiped his mouth, and suddenly shouted, Kneel! As he spoke, his voice released a terrifying soul force. At the same time, he activated his 4-leaf demonic eyes. The woman suddenly felt her body stiffen and involuntarily knelt down. That's right. Come to my 8 Immortals country. No matter who you are, as long as you have no hostility, I will welcome you. However, don't be too arrogant. The only one who can be arrogant here is me. Seeing the woman kneel down, Ling Xiao sneered. Bastard! You dare to use a secret soul technique on me? Do you know the consequences of your actions? The woman struggled to stand up, but she was no match for Ling Xiao's soul power. I don't care who you are. If you're here to talk business, I can treat you with respect. But you actually dare to be arrogant in front of me. I'm very unhappy, Ling Xiao said disdainfully. I am the guard of His Highness the Prince of the Sky Emperor Dynasty. The woman shouted. Sky Emperor Dynasty? Where have I heard of it before? Ling Xiao frowned. He really felt that it was somewhat familiar. Jian Luoying and Eunuch Gao's expressions changed drastically. They quickly knelt down in front of the woman. All of you get up. In the Eight Immortals country, you can only kneel to your parents and me. Others are not allowed to kneel, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Jian Luoying hesitated for a moment, then stood up. However, Eunuch Gao was a little anxious. Your Majesty, this is the special envoy of the Sky Emperor Dynasty. In the past, the Sword Dynasty, Ice Dynasty, and Fire Dynasty were all subordinate to the Sky Emperor Dynasty. The Prince of the Sky Emperor Dynasty is not to be trifled with. You can't offend him. Eunuch Gao, I know you have good intentions, but you're overthinking it. What Sky Emperor Dynasty? What dogs hit Prince? They're just stray dogs. If they were really powerful, the Sky Emperor sect wouldn't have pulled so many people away, and they wouldn't have split. Ling Xiao finally remembered what the Sky Emperor Dynasty was. The Draco Elephant Emperor seemed to have mentioned it to him before. But so what if he knew? He didn't acknowledge the Sky Emperor Dynasty. Eunuch Gao thought for a moment, then finally stood up. Are you trying to rebel? The woman was still clamoring. Rebelling? How laughable. Even if the Sword Dynasty was once a vassal of the Sky Emperor Dynasty, it's already been destroyed. The Eight Immortals country has nothing to do with the Sky Emperor Dynasty. What right do you have to say that I'm rebelling? Ling Xiao mocked. If you came here today to talk about this, you can leave now. I'm not interested in listening. No, I'm here on His Highness' orders to take the 9 Supremes catalog and the God and Demon medallion. Your Eight Immortals country is too weak. You don't have the right to have those things. The woman said. Are you an idiot? Ling Xiao couldn't understand. This woman was already under his control, but she still dared to make such a rude request. Young Emperor of the Eight Immortals country, I'm not trying to scare you. I'm just a guard of His Highness. It's not a big deal that you can control me. I'm not afraid to tell you that both the Ice Dynasty and the Fire Dynasty have already pledged their loyalty to His Highness. His Highness doesn't care about your Eight Immortals country, so he doesn't need your loyalty. But the 9 Supremes catalog and the God and Demon medallion must be given to him. The woman continued. Then go back and tell His Highness to listen to me. You want the God and Demon medallion and the 9 Supremes catalog? Sure. Go to the immemorial divine tomb. I'll be there soon. If you have the ability, take it from me. Ling Xiao sneered, releasing his pressure on the woman. The woman didn't make a move. She just looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, You'll regret it. Regret? There's no such word in my dictionary, Ling Xiao. But Your Highness, who does he think he is? He dares to order me around. If he pisses me off, he can forget about the Ice Dynasty and the Fire Dynasty. Ling Xiao said coldly. Scram. Don't let me see you again. Otherwise I'll kill you. The woman clenched her teeth and didn't say anything else. She turned and left dejectedly. Your Majesty, what should we do? Dugu Kenjing's matter hasn't been resolved, and now there's this new trouble? Eunuch Gao said worriedly. If I'm not wrong, it should be Dugu Kenjing who leaked the news to His Highness, planning to reap the benefits. Haha, what will come will come. What's the use of being afraid? Ling Xiao smiled. Suddenly, he circulated his internal energy and shouted into the air. 5 kings, hear my order. Come to the imperial court immediately. The 5 kings were gathered to discuss the matter of the Heavenly Dynasty's prince. As for Dugu Kenjing, he wasn't even worth mentioning. With Ling Xiao's current strength, he could already crush him. Chapter 3286. After the assembly of the 5 monarchs, the entire city of 8 immortals entered a state of high alert. Meanwhile, beneath the city of 8 immortals, 2 figures were in the middle of something in the destroyed bloodthirsty sword mound. "Dugu Kenjing, are you sure this will make Ling Xiao hesitate?" The one who spoke was none other than the black-robed devil emissary. They were none other than Dugu Kenjing. "Don't worry, Lord Black. Although Ling Xiao destroyed the bloodthirsty sword mound, he doesn't know that we set up another minor world to protect the bloodline of the Dugu clan. Now I've set up layers upon layers of thunderstorm bombs that can destroy the city of 8 immortals in an instant. Anyone below the first cycle of life seizing will either die or be seriously injured." Dugu Kenjing sneered. "After I'm done, I'll fight Ling Xiao to the death. I refuse to believe that he won't fall for it. Besides, not only have my injuries healed, but my ghost god's seal has also reached greater mastery. It's many times stronger than before. Perhaps I won't even need to detonate these bombs to deal with Ling Xiao. This is just a precaution." "Are you really willing to destroy this city?" the black-robed devil emissary asked. "Of course not. This is the foundation of the Dugu clan. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I won't destroy it. After all, I'm going to take the throne again. I'm going to defeat Ling Xiao in front of everyone in the city. I'm going to show them that their new king isn't worth mentioning." "Are you going to give the God Devil medallion to Prince Tian?" the black-robed devil emissary asked. "Don't worry, Lord Black. I promised that the God Devil medallion would be yours, so it will be yours. I was hoping that Prince Tian would fight with Ling Xiao, and then I would take advantage of the situation. However, that guy is too cunning, and has no intention of making a move. I'll have to do it myself." Dugu Kenjing said. "Good. Since you've said that, my help wasn't in vain." The black-robed devil emissary nodded. "However, Lord Demon Envoy, although you can't directly deal with Ling Xiao, please do me a favor," Dugu Kenjing said. "What I'm most worried about right now is that Prince Tian will reap the benefits of the battle. So, I'll have to trouble you to stop them. You don't have to worry about that. You only need to fight Ling Xiao to the death. Leave the rest to me." The black-clothed demon Envoy nodded. "Thank you. I've finished setting things up, so I'll head out first." Dugu Kenjing had been saved by the black-clothed devil envoy, so he trusted the black-clothed devil envoy quite a bit. Although he still had some doubts in his heart, in order to complete his task, he could no longer care so much. Watching Dugu Kenjing leave, the corners of the black-clothed devil envoy's mouth curled into a sneer of ridicule. "Trash, I'll let you guys fight each other first. General Yulan, don't forget what you promised me. Otherwise, I'll destroy you all." A person walked out from the darkness. It was a woman in aqua-blue battle armor. Her features were delicate and pretty, and her appearance was outstanding. Her figure was so impressive that most men would gulp if they saw her. The black-clothed devil envoy's eyes flickered with greed. "Haha, Lord Devil Envoy, don't worry. The 3 God Devil medallions are naturally yours. What we want is the 9 Supremes catalog and the world of the Sword Dynasty." General Yulan smiled. Standing next to her was another woman, the one who had been forced to kneel by Ling Xiao's soul power last night. "Very well." The black-clothed devil envoy nodded, then disappeared into the pitch-black tunnel. On the other side, Dugu Kenjing emerged from the tunnel. He was just about to use a flashy appearance to appear above the city of 8 immortals when he suddenly saw someone walking over. "Hee, isn't this 9 Defiance Falling Moon? Why aren't you kneeling when you see the leader?" Seeing Falling Moon, Dugu Kenjing smiled savagely. In the blink of an eye, Falling Moon's escape route was completely sealed. Falling Moon was also in the 3rd level of the life-seizing realm, but she couldn't compare to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was the #1 genius in 100,000 years. In terms of talent, even human kings would have to be wary of him. "Dugu Kenjing, what are you doing here?" Falling Moon looked nervously at Dugu Kenjing. She was in charge of patrolling, but she never expected to run into Dugu Kenjing here. What a joke. "I'm the king of this world. Sword God City belongs to me." Dugu Kenjing sneered. "You actually dare to betray me and side with that brat Ling Xiao?" How is that brat better than me? Falling Moon looked around at Dugu Kenjing and said, compared to him, you're nothing. Ha 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 ha, your little mouth really doesn't give me any face. After all, I was the leader of the 9 Defiance back then. Dugu Kenjing laughed. You're so protective of that brat Ling Xiao. Are you having an affair with him? Old fogey, don't talk nonsense. Brother Ling has the woman he loves. I'm not worthy of him. Falling Moon said angrily. Is that so? Then just nice. This old man will help you test his intentions. This place is so remote, the moon is dark and the wind is strong. Just nice, the two of us can kiss each other. Dugu Kenjing originally had no interest in women. After all, he was someone who resurrected from hell. Women were merely pink skeletons in his eyes. But if it was Ling Xiao's woman, then it was different. To be able to pile up pain on Ling Xiao's body, even if it was a real skeleton, he would not let it go either. Looking at Dugu Kenjing's eyes that were akin to a ferocious beast, Falling Moon felt her entire body seemingly turn stiff, and was actually unable to move. Only at this time did she understand Dugu Kenjing's terror. At the same time, she also understood Ling Xiao's might. Facing such a powerful opponent, Ling Xiao was actually still able to contend and even defeat him. That was truly too inconceivable. Thinking about Ling Xiao? It's useless. Only this old man knows here. Even that idiot Dugu Beijian doesn't know. It's really rare for you to be able to find this place. You're simply a white swan that delivered itself to my doorstep. Do you think this old man should eat you? The corner of his mouth hooked up into a crazy smile. Although I haven't touched a woman for many years, it shouldn't be difficult. This old man will make you feel pleasure. Falling Moon tried her best to calm herself down. She looked at Dugu Kenjing in horror and anger and said, You want to defile me? You want to make Brother Ling angry? It's useless. I'll kill myself before you do such a thing. You absolutely can't stop me. Although I'm not your match, I can still do this. Kill yourself? I'm not afraid to tell you that I've already set up thunderstorm bombs beneath the entire Sword God city. Although the power of those things isn't great, they're densely packed together in tens of thousands. They can definitely easily blast the entire Sword God city away. If you dare to kill yourself, I dare to detonate them. At that time, not only you, but all your friends will die. Including Ling Xiao, whom you're protecting. Chapter 3287. You beast, you lunatic! Falling Moon looked at Dugu Kenjing in astonishment. She never expected that Dugu Kenjing would be so deranged. Ha ha ha, scold me however you like. It doesn't matter. Anyone who goes against me, Dugu Kenjing, must die. Including that Ling Xiao you like. There's no need to deny it. This old man is also experienced. How can I not see it? It's a pity that the falling flowers are unrequited. That Ling Xiao doesn't seem to have any romantic feelings for you. Since that's the case, this old man will properly enjoy you on his behalf. Otherwise, it would be a pity if such a beautiful person like you were to die. You will definitely die a horrible death. Falling Moon said coldly. Horrible death? Ha! It's a pity that you won't be able to see it. Dugu Kenjing laughed shamelessly and began to approach Falling Moon. Falling Moon had already begun to circulate the true essence in her body. It was actually very easy for her to commit suicide. However, the problem was that Dugu Kenjing was using the lives of the entire city of 8 immortals to threaten her. She was currently very distressed. She could not care less about other people, but she was different. However, Ling Xiao, Bai Feng, Long Xiang, Ba Dao, and the others were her closest brothers and sisters. Although they had not become sworn brothers, everyone was prepared to sacrifice themselves for others. How could she watch as they were blasted to death? Finally, she closed her eyes as 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks. For those people she cared about, she would definitely abandon herself. Even if she was trampled on by that beast, she would accept it. Have you accepted your fate? That's for the best. It saves this old man from wasting more effort. Dugu Kenjing was very pleased. It seemed that setting up the thunderstorm array underground was really too smart. With that thing, be it Ling Xiao or others, they would have to hold back in front of him. Pa! A beam of white light shone down on Dugu Kenjing's position. It was extremely dazzling, causing Dugu Kenjing to hastily close his eyes and frantically retreat. Then, there was a second, third, and fourth light. Countless lights locked onto Dugu Kenjing. No matter where he retreated, the lights would follow. The originally slumbering city of 8 immortals suddenly woke up, and all the lights were lit up. The originally pitch-black city became brightly lit. Old man, you finally came out? In the sky, Ling Xiao was dressed in green robes, his black hair fluttering as he looked coldly at Dugu Kenjing. After the Five Kings Convention, the entire city of 8 immortals was to be on guard. Even the slightest rustle. Therefore, within the boundaries of this city, whether it was Falling Moon or an ordinary family, as long as they could hold on for a minute or two, they would definitely not be silently killed. If Dugu Kenjing directly used a vicious move against Falling Moon, he might really be able to kill Falling Moon. Unfortunately, at this crucial moment, his lust overflowed. Wasting a few minutes in vain, the alarm system of the entire 8 Immortals city was activated. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was the first to arrive. Come, come. Come. Dugu Kenjing snorted coldly, grabbed Falling Moon's arm, and soared into the sky. He was very high profile. He deliberately wanted everyone in the city to see him. Because only by defeating Ling Xiao in front of everyone's eyes and completely destroying the confidence of the people of the 8 Immortals Kingdom would he be able to take back his sword dynasty from Ling Xiao's hands. Dugu Kenjing had appeared. For a time, the entire city was in an uproar. In the past, Dugu Kenjing, who had possessed Dugu Beijian and controlled Sword God Hall and Sword Dynasty, had appeared. He had come back to take back his throne. Tonight, in this city of 8 immortals, the final battle would probably be carried out. The entire city was in an uproar because of this. The people of the 8 immortals kingdom were looking forward to Ling Xiao killing Dugu Kenjing. As for the people of Sword God Hall, they were prepared to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. These guys were basically fence-sitters. They would submit to whoever won. Previously, it was Ling Xiao who barged into Sword God's city to cause trouble and then left casually. And now, Ling Xiao had become the master of Sword God's city, city of 8 immortals, but it was someone else who came to cause trouble. As the Imperial Emperor of the 8 immortals kingdom, did he have the ability to protect his own people? Would he be like Dugu Beijian, only able to watch the other party wreak havoc in the city? And powerless to do anything? Seeing more and more people gather here, Dugu Kenjing was very excited. Ling Xiao, you came out at the right time. Today, this old man came here to trample on you in front of your subjects. Dugu Kenjing was very excited. The audience's support made him feel the importance of his battle. As long as he won, he could smoothly take down Sword Dynasty and become the king here again. Moreover, he might also obtain the support of the black-clothed devil envoy, making Sword Dynasty stronger from then on. The two sides confronting each other in the sky became the focus of attention. Countless neutral martial artists were watching the battle from the rooftops, treetops, the sky, and taverns. This might be the top battle in the history of Sword Dynasty. Do you think Ling Xiao can sit firmly on the position of Imperial Emperor? That's hard to say. Since Dugu Kenjing dared to come, it means that he has the confidence to win. Before the battle begins, nothing is certain. But I think Ling Xiao is still better. Didn't Dugu Kenjing already lose to Ling Xiao in the previous battle? Then you're wrong. Rumor has it that Dugu Kenjing was stabbed by eunuch Gao. Otherwise, once the Ghost God's seal appeared, Ling Xiao would have been defeated. How can you say that's something that hasn't happened before? How do you know that the Imperial Emperor of the 8 Immortals Kingdom didn't hold back? What's more, the Imperial Emperor's talent can be said to be the best in Sword Dynasty. It has been 20 days since that battle. How can you be sure that he hasn't broken through? Such discussions appeared in many places. There were people who thought that Dugu Kenjing would win, and there were also many who thought that Ling Xiao would win. No one could convince anyone. So in the end, it still depended on the situation of this battle. Duge Kenjing, you're finally here. I thought you would forever be that underground rat, hiding and refusing to see anyone. Ling Xiao looked at Duge Kenjing and sneered. Hee, can't you see that I have a hostage in my hand? How dare you boast so shamelessly in front of me? Duge Kenjing said loudly. Hostage? Why didn't I see it? As Ling Xiao spoke, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind Duge Kenjing. The black shadow stabbed at Duge Kenjing, scaring him so much that he hurriedly dodged. But he didn't expect that it was simply a diversion. In just an instant, Yanyu was snatched back by Ling Xiao. Sister Yanyu, are you all right? Ling Xiao asked gently as he held Yanyu with one hand. Don't worry about me. That guy is crazy. He buried thousands of thunderstorm bombs under the 8 Immortals' city. Yanyu shouted anxiously. Oh? Ling Xiao's brows instantly furrowed. Chapter 3288. Hee, since you already know, then obediently surrender. Don't make any unnecessary resistance. So what if you take the hostages away? Everyone in Sword God's city is my hostage. How many people can you save? Duge Kenjing laughed crazily. His voice also spread throughout the entire 8 Immortals city. F***ck, that guy is crazy. Run for your life. We can't stay in this city. Let's go. Chaos began to arise in the 8 Immortals city. However, Ling Xiao still looked indifferently at Duge Kenjing opposite him. There would naturally be someone to deal with the chaos in the city. He only had one mission, and that was to kill Duge Kenjing. He didn't need to care about anything else. Escape? No one can escape today. If anyone dares to escape, I will immediately detonate the thunderstorm bomb. Duge Kenjing sneered. Then, with a thought, a mushroom cloud exploded in the direction of the city gate. This scene frightened many people who were trying to escape. They stood there trembling in fear, looking at the sky in horror. Could it be that they really had to place all their hopes on the 8 Immortals Kingdom's emperor? Most of the people who fled were originally residents of the Sword Dynasty. Their impression of Ling Xiao was still limited to the confrontation above Sword God's city. They didn't know if Ling Xiao could truly make this country live and work in peace. Therefore, it was impossible for them to trust Ling Xiao. Now, they only had two choices. Trust Ling Xiao. Or rely on Duge Kenjing. Escape. It was impossible to escape. But no matter which choice it was, they had to wait for the end of this battle. How about it, Ling Xiao? Tell me your choice. Duge Kenjing looked at Ling Xiao and laughed wantonly. My choice? You'll die. Ling Xiao looked at Duge Kenjing indifferently without the slightest bit of panic. I want to see if you can detonate those thunderstorm bombs faster or if I can kill you faster. Ling Xiao sneered. He had already noticed that Duge Kenjing needed soul force to detonate those thunderstorm bombs. This gave him an opening to exploit. As long as he could block the other party's soul power, he would be able to prevent the other party from detonating it. Barrier Martial Spirit! He hadn't used this special martial soul for a long time. This martial soul didn't have any attacking power, but it was invincible in trapping enemies. As long as Ling Xiao stayed within the barrier and didn't die, no matter how powerful the enemy was, they wouldn't be able to break through the barrier. The only way was to kill him. This barrier could block any energy waves, including soul power. What? Duge Kenjing had never seen Ling Xiao possess such a martial spirit. When he tried to detonate the thunderstorm bomb, he realized that there was no reaction. Are you surprised? Ling Xiao mocked. If your so-called confidence is these thunderstorm bombs, then I'm sorry, but you've already failed. Damn it, I didn't expect you to have such a martial spirit. Looks like you've learned the spirit capturing divine skill. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to obtain so many martial spirits. Duge Kenjing frowned. His plan had failed, and it seemed that he could only meet force with force. Fortunately, he still had a trump card. Otherwise, he would have completely failed today. Thinking of this, he smiled faintly and said, "This old man has heard of this barrier martial spirit. Once it's activated and cancelled, it will take some time before it can be activated again." "That's right." "So what?" Ling Xiao asked. Haven't you noticed that there are only the two of us in this barrier?" Dugu Kanjing sneered. "I still don't understand. Is this something you should be happy about?" Ling Xiao shrugged. "Idiot, do you really think you're a match for this old man? If it wasn't for Eunuch Gao's sneak attack last time, you would have died under this old man's ghost god seal." Dugu Kanjing said fiercely, "Today, you dare to fight me one-on-one. Let's see who can save you. Is this what you want to say?" Ling Xiao's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Then, he hooked his hand and said, "Make your move. Let me see how strong your so-called ghost god seal is." While the two of them were fighting in the barrier, the 5 kings had already begun to move. Through Yen Yu's reminder, they entered the underground tunnel to eliminate the thunderstorm bomb. No matter what, the thunderstorm bomb was a hidden danger. Even if they couldn't use their soul power to detonate it, it would be troublesome if Dugu Kanjing had other helpers. The black-clothed demon envoy didn't count. That guy only wanted the fiend god token. He wouldn't do it himself. However, there was still Prince Tian. That was a little troublesome. Therefore, it was important to eliminate the thunderstorm bomb as soon as possible. Of course, the most important thing was the battle between Ling Xiao and Dugu Kanjing. If Ling Xiao lost this battle, the 8 Immortals' kingdom would lose everything and be completely finished. After all, the 8 Immortals' kingdom still needed Ling Xiao to support it. Without him, the 8 Immortals' kingdom was nothing. Are we safe? Many people realized that the thunderstorm bomb wouldn't explode. Probably. Who wants to try and escape? Someone suggested. I've decided not to run. I believe that Ling Xiao can definitely defeat Dugu Kanjing and save the 8 Immortals city from Dugu Kanjing's clutches. Finally, someone decided to trust Ling Xiao. Idiot, how can that kid be a match for that old monster Dugu Kanjing? If you don't run, we'll run. Naturally, there were still people who were unwilling to trust Ling Xiao. Taking advantage of the thunderstorm bomb's inability to explode, they wanted to escape. Brothers, open your eyes wide and see clearly who chose to escape at this critical moment in the 8 Immortals city. Although it's pardonable to escape, don't even think about being qualified to live in the 8 Immortals city in the future. Unless these people make great contributions in the future, they'll never get any resources from the 8 Immortals kingdom, as well as rewards. Long Xiang stood on top of the city wall. He was now the commander of the 8 Immortals city's imperial army, and this order was secretly conveyed to him by Ling Xiao. They wouldn't stop those who fled, but since they had chosen to escape, they could forget about the 8 Immortals' kingdom protecting them. "Commander, can the Imperial Emperor win?" a soldier asked. "Are you afraid?" "I'm afraid, but I won't run away," the soldier replied. "Don't worry. In the Sword Dynasty, the Imperial Emperor is an invincible existence. Dugu Kanjing is not worth mentioning in front of him," Long Xiang said in a clear voice. "You also saw how easy it was for him to save Yan Yu from Dugu Kanjing. Moreover, it was equally easy for him to stop Dugu Kanjing from detonating the thunderstorm bomb. What reason do we have not to trust him?" Yes. The morale of the soldiers was greatly boosted. It wasn't because of Long Xiang's words, but because what Long Xiang said was the truth. What they had was an imperial emperor who constantly created miracles. They had no reason not to believe in such an imperial emperor. In the sky, Dugu Kanjing's eyes released hatred, anger, unwillingness, cruelty, and other incomparably complicated emotions. Chapter 3289. Everything that had happened today was completely different from what Dugu Kanjing had imagined. That left him a bit panicked. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, only looked at him with indifference. It was almost as if he weren't looking at a person, but a corpse. "Damn it! What gives you the right to look down on me, you stinking brat?" Dugu Kanjing gnashed his teeth in anger. "Because you're really bad," he said. "You tried to use tricks to beat me. That's proof of your fear. You're afraid of me, so why should I respect you? Ling Xiao sneered. If you had come to fight me fair and square, I might have given you a glorious death. But today, I'm going to make sure you lose all dignity. You were once a hero, but now I'm going to turn into a devil and kill you. Don't you think that's ironic? Bullshit! Duge Kenjing roared. He hated it when people brought up his past. After all, it was his scars. Under the gazes of everyone present, he charged at Ling Xiao, unleashing a barrage of attacks. The confrontation began in an instant. But to everyone's shock, Ling Xiao didn't even use his beast soul transformation. Nor did he use any weapons. He simply stared coldly at his opponent, not moving a muscle. Now that he was in the 4th stratum of the life-seizing level, he didn't care about 5th stratum life-seizers at all. Although Duge Kenjing was a special existence among 5th stratum life-seizers, he didn't care. Either way, he wasn't worth mentioning. His black hair whipped about. His green robes fluttered. Ling Xiao stood there, proud and domineering. He didn't even make a move, allowing Duge Kenjing to unleash a barrage of attacks. Ling Xiao's body was surrounded by the faint image of a Xuanwu tortoise. Even if he didn't make a move, Duge Kenjing couldn't hurt him. Because Ling Xiao had unified the Sword Dynasty, his Xuanwu tortoise god body had become even stronger. Rui Yuanbo! It was a shocking scene. Explosions rang out constantly. Within the enchantment, a terrifying power was constantly howling. No one could even see Duge Kenjing clearly. However, Ling Xiao's figure was very clear. Because from the beginning until the end, he had only been standing there without moving at all. He had no intention of making a move at all. However, all of Duge Kenjing's attacks were neutralized. Your so-called attack, is that all? It's really disappointing. Ling Xiao coldly looked at Duge Kenjing, as if he was looking at a mantis that overestimated its own strength, and was trying to stop a chariot. Are you giving me a massage? Or are you scratching an itch? How could this be? Duge Kenjing was completely dumbfounded. Although he did not use the ghost deity seal, according to his attack power, even an ordinary attack was equivalent to the power of a mid-level general-level martial art. However, in front of Ling Xiao, it was so useless that it had no effect at all. 20 days is useless to trash like you, but to me, 20 days can change a lot of things. Do you think I'm still the same person I was 20 days ago? Ling Xiao mocked. Ling Xiao! You freak! Although they were cursing, it actually sounded like they were praising Ling Xiao. Everyone in the City of 8 Immortals was completely shocked. They had considered many possibilities, but none of them could have predicted something like this. The mighty Duge Kenjing was at the peak of the 5th division of life seizing, and yet he was being played like a fool by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was just standing there, letting him hit him, and yet he couldn't even move a muscle. How was he supposed to kill Ling Xiao? From the look of it, this young man who had risen to prominence like a comet and unified the Sword Dynasty wasn't just lucky. Too heaven-defying. Too terrifying. It looks like Duge Kenjing is completely helpless. The two of them aren't even on the same level. This is ridiculous. How could Ling Xiao be so strong? It's too early to tell. Don't forget that Duge Kenjing still hasn't used his terrifying ghost deity seal. Even if Ling Xiao seems relaxed right now, as long as Duge Kenjing uses his ghost deity seal, he'll be in big trouble. More discussions broke out. Many people knew that Duge Kenjing had the ghost deity seal, but they didn't know that he also had a magical treasure he had borrowed from the black-robed devil emissary, the soul-seizing banner. The soul-seizing banner was a terrifying magical treasure that could absorb the souls of others to strengthen itself. Every additional soul in one's body would increase one's strength. Duge Kenjing had used the soul-seizing banner to wipe out a small nation. He had absorbed the souls of more than 300,000 people from that nation. Although the soul-seizing banner was similar to the bloodthirsty demon sword, the backlash was terrifying. Therefore, Duge Kenjing wouldn't use it unless it was absolutely necessary. But now, he had no chance of winning against Ling Xiao. If he didn't use the soul-seizing banner now, when would he? It shouldn't be a problem if I just use it for a bit, Dugu Kenjing thought. After a moment of thought, he realized that this battle wasn't just a matter of life and death, but also his future. He didn't want the plan he had planned for so many years to fail at the last step. There was a momentary pause in the intense battle. Ling Xiao was still standing there indifferently, coldly looking at Dugu Kenjing. Seeing Ling Xiao's disdainful expression, the anger in Dugu Kenjing's heart continued to expand and burn. He waved his hand and the soul-seizing banner appeared in his hand. Then, his body began to undergo a drastic change. As though he was in great pain, the souls of the dead were released from the soul-seizing banner and poured into his body. His eyes gradually turned black. It wasn't the black of his pupils, but his entire body. He was like a demon. Dugu Kenjing's expression became increasingly malevolent and terrifying, and his entire body gradually grew larger. Previously, he was only about 1.7 meters tall, but now, his height had increased to 2 meters, and it seemed that he was still growing taller. It's about time. 10,000 souls can still allow me to maintain my sense of self. If I continue, I'm afraid I'll lose my sense of self. That wouldn't be good. When Dugu Kenjing's height increased to about 2.5 meters, it finally came to a stop. He was like a monster that had crawled out of hell, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura of death that no one dared to look directly at. On the other hand, Ling Xiao was still as calm and carefree as ever, as though he was completely indifferent to Dugu Kenjing's transformation. The soul-seizing banner? It seems to be somewhat similar to the bloodthirsty demon's sword, but you're more powerful than Dugu Batian. Your strength has increased by so much, yet you can still maintain your sense of self. I have to praise you. Ling Xiao smiled. Pretending to be calm? Dugu Kenjing mocked. You're already very impressive to be able to force me to use the power of the soul-seizing banner. However, it all ends here. Chapter 3290. Even as the words left his mouth, black veins appeared all over Dugu Kenjing's body, accompanied by a bizarre shriek. Dugu Kenjing's hellish battle body had fused with 10,000 souls, giving him a talent even more terrifying than Dugu Baishan's. This former hero was indeed not an ordinary person. What kind of monster is that? What did Dugu Kenjing do? How could he be so terrifying? I don't know. But I'm sure Ling Xiao is in big trouble. I really hope Ling Xiao can win. Dugu Kenjing is a complete freak. I heard that in order to get stronger, he wiped out a small border kingdom and absorbed the souls of 300,000 people into his soul-seizing banner. I wish I could, but can he really do it? What other abilities does Ling Xiao have that we don't know about? At that very moment, Dugu Kenjing's expression was simply too fearful, so much so that many people were afraid of him. If someone like him became king, how could they protect their own lives? Because of that, many people began to support Ling Xiao. However, Dugu Kenjing's strength made them wonder if Ling Xiao could win. Regardless of their doubts, Dugu Kenjing had already begun his transformation. Death transformation! As he completed his transformation, Dugu Kenjing's strength increased by a significant amount, to the point where he was almost at the 6th division of the life-seizing level. It was a terrifying level of power that left many people in shock. And yet Ling Xiao didn't feel the slightest bit of fear in the face of such an opponent. After all, he had used the same move he had used on the Bloodsucker Devil. Generally speaking, such a move that could dramatically increase one's strength had a negative side effect. So what if Dugu Kenjing was close to the 6th division of the life-seizing level? In the end, he was still a fake. Down below, the audience watched on nervously. Some people even forgot to breathe. After all, this was a matter of life and death. It wasn't just an ordinary fight. Would Ling Xiao be able to maintain his advantage in the face of such boundless power? No. Could he hold his ground? They didn't expect to win. As long as they didn't lose, they would be satisfied. Dugu Kenjing was incredibly excited by the power pouring out of him. The feeling of loss and worry completely disappeared. He looked at Ling Xiao, hoping to see a trace of fear on Ling Xiao's face. Unfortunately, he didn't. Not to mention fear, he didn't even panic. What was going on? Doesn't that kid know fear? Or was he born without such an expression? Or was he just putting on an act? He wasn't sure, but at this moment, he felt that there was no need for him to dwell on it. No matter what the reason was, as long as he could borrow this terrifying power to kill Ling Xiao. That'll do. Go to hell, pretentious guy. I'll use my attacks to completely change that poker face of yours. Dugu Kenjing roared and launched an attack. His speed and strength were several times greater than before. Like a comet, he crashed into Ling Xiao. Below, everyone's hearts tightened. Could Ling Xiao block it? You have become much stronger, but to kill me? You're thinking too much. Vajrayed Beast Soul Transformation. Invincible Vajra. Ling Xiao finally used his Beast Soul Transformation. A ball of golden light enveloped his entire body, as if he was wearing a layer of golden armor. Get lost! After transforming, Ling Xiao condensed a huge golden 1,000-kati rod in his hand. Then, he suddenly brandished it and ruthlessly smashed it at Dugu Kenjing, who was charging over. Boom! A terrifying loud sound was heard, and Dugu Kenjing's body was directly sent flying by the rod. Midway, he spat out a mouthful of black blood, and his expression became even more ferocious. Impossible! 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 He roared crazily, and more dead souls were released from the soul-seizing banner and poured into his body. His eyes seemed to have gradually lost their clarity and became blank, as if they no longer belonged to him. 20,000 dead souls, let's see if you can survive this! Dugu Kenjing's body had already become 4 meters tall, but it was obvious that it was very difficult for him to maintain his sense of self. However, his strength had indeed increased by a lot. The same attack blasted over. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. But that was all. Sun God's ability, Bloodthirsty Plague. The enemy's strength was constantly increasing, but he had used a special method, so he naturally had a way to deal with it. The Bloodthirsty Plague was currently the one Ling Xiao used the most of the Sun God's 3 abilities. He used it more than the Golden Light technique. When facing an opponent weaker than him, this ability could directly kill them. When facing opponents stronger than him, it was even more effective, as it could weaken the opponent's strength. It was simply a divine ability that he always had at home and traveling. With the release of the Bloodthirsty Plague, large amounts of plague germs merged into Dugu Kenjing's body through his blood. The blood-red plague almost completely surrounded Dugu Kenjing. Then, it quickly disappeared. By the time Dugu Kenjing realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. Every plague germ could cause Dugu Kenjing's body to suffer the most helpless invasion. This was the first time Dugu Kenjing had encountered such an ability. Apart from relying on his powerful vital essence to suppress it, he had no other way. A large amount of vital essence was mobilized to suppress the Bloodthirsty Plague. As a result, the combat strength that relied on the power of the dead souls was constantly weakened. This torment made him feel very uncomfortable. Moreover, what frightened him the most was that those germs contained a terrifying amount of soul power, which caused the souls he absorbed to rebel in his body. In that instant, his soul suffered a huge test, as if it was being torn apart by those souls. It was almost as if it didn't belong to him anymore. No, I can't do this. If this goes on, I'm afraid my body will be taken over by these souls. What the hell is this? How can it be so terrifying? Dugu Kenjing never dreamed that Ling Xiao would have such a terrifying divine ability. It was as if it was specially used to restrain his soul-seizing banner. Ling Xiao looked at Dugu Kenjing as his lips curled into a mocking sneer. The Bloodthirsty Plague originally didn't have the effect of destroying souls, but Ling Xiao had modified it. He had merged his soul power into it. This caused the souls that Dugu Kenjing had absorbed to rebel. This wasn't a brilliant ability. As long as one's control of soul power was strong enough, many people could do it. Of course, the only person in the world who had the Bloodthirsty Plague was Ling Xiao. Seeing Ling Xiao's sneer, Dugu Kenjing felt like he was going crazy. What kind of joke was this? He didn't hesitate to make a deal with the black-clothed demon envoy and agreed to hand over the fiend god token in exchange for the soul-seizing banner. He originally thought that as long as he used this thing, he would be able to firmly suppress Ling Xiao. He never expected such a situation. Chapter 3291. Why? Why must you be my enemy? Despicable guy! Duge Kenjing roared angrily. You think too highly of yourself. I have no interest in being your enemy. Aren't you the one who did this? Ling Xiao mocked. I'm going to kill you. As long as you're dead, no one in the Sword Dynasty can be my enemy. Duge Kenjing temporarily suppressed the bloodthirsty plague and roared as he charged at Ling Xiao. He knew very well that if he couldn't kill Ling Xiao in a short time, he would definitely be tormented to death by the plague. Ling Xiao sneered when he saw Duge Kenjing charging at him. If it was 20 days ago, he wouldn't have any chance of winning against Duge Kenjing. But today, Duge Kenjing was nothing more than a struggling clown in front of him. Of course, his opponent was still very powerful. Therefore, although he could look down on his opponent strategically, he would never underestimate his opponent tactically. Tyrannical blade of death, torment of all living beings. Duge Kenjing had used this move in the previous confrontation at the border, but today's move was much more powerful than that. The terrifying death sickle turned into a giant blood-red blade and slashed at Ling Xiao. This sickle felt like it could even split the City of 8 Immortals into two. Fortunately, it was in the spirit formation martial spirit. Otherwise, the City of 8 Immortals would have been reduced to ruins if Ling Xiao and Duge Kenjing were to fight here. Ling Xiao coldly observed his opponent's every move. He could shatter this giant sickle in the past, and he could do the same today. Activating his true energy, a golden dragon let out a loud dragon roar above Ling Xiao's head. Golden Dragon Seal! It was also a degraded high-grade martial skill. The Golden Dragon Seal was dazzling, while the Death Sickle was dark and gloomy. One was blazing hot, while the other was frighteningly cold. It was as if the two extremes exploded in the spirit formation martial spirit. Under the Vajra Ape transformation, Ling Xiao was forced back, while Duge Kenjing didn't move an inch. Even with the suppression of the bloodthirsty plague, this death transformation was truly abnormal. A move that Duge Kenjing had risked everything to unleash was no joke. In terms of battle, Ling Xiao was at a disadvantage this time. However, he was only pushed back and did not show any signs of injury. Even so, Duge Kenjing was still very excited. That was because his previous attack had failed to even make Ling Xiao take half a step back. This meant that he was right to use the power of the soul-seizing banner. 30,000 departed souls! In order to win, the crazy Duge Kenjing did not hesitate to release even more souls. His eyes were already turning white, and he seemed to be losing consciousness. Even if I become a devil, as long as I can kill you, it doesn't matter. Duge Kenjing let out a furious roar, leaving behind only a sliver of consciousness. He wanted to keep this sliver of consciousness to watch Ling Xiao get killed. Will he be all right? The people below became nervous. In order to defeat Ling Xiao, Duge Kenjing had gone crazy. He was even willing to hand over his soul to the devil. His strength had increased greatly. How could anything happen? The Emperor Lord will not lose. But that soul-seizing banner is too abnormal. I also know that in terms of normal strength, the Emperor Lord will definitely not lose to that old monster Duge Kenjing. However, the existence of the soul-seizing banner might change this situation. After acknowledging Ling Xiao's identity as the Emperor Lord, most of the people in the City of the 8 Immortals began to support Ling Xiao. Because only if Ling Xiao won, they would not be ruled by that abnormal old monster Duge Kenjing. They would not have to die under the thunderstorm array. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, although you and I are in different eras, you are the most terrifying opponent that I, Duge Kenjing, have ever encountered in my life. Don't worry, you will also be killed by my most powerful move and completely disappear from this world. Dying under this move is definitely something you should be proud of. Duge Kenjing laughed as if he could already see the direction of victory in this battle. Unfortunately, in my opinion, you are just an overconfident mantis on my path of martial arts. A mantis trying to stop a chariot, Ling Xiao said indifferently. In the face of Dugu Kenjing's powerful strength, Ling Xiao's expression was still calm and relaxed. It was as if there was still a lot of strength that had not been released. His body changed from the Vajrayate beast soul to the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul. Because he knew that Dugu Kenjing was going to use the Ghost God seal. A peak general level martial skill. It was also the most powerful gift that Dugu Kenjing had received from the black-clothed demon Unveil. It was even better than the soul-seizing banner. Facing the Ghost God seal, Ling Xiao didn't dare to underestimate it. This thing could really take his life, so he couldn't underestimate it. The Ghost God seal was incomparably powerful. Now, with Dugu Kenjing's death transformation, its power had increased by more than several times. A terrifying black aura constantly swept out from Dugu Kenjing's body, as if a hole had been torn open in hell. Dugu Kenjing became even more ferocious. He no longer looked like a human, but more like a terrifying monster. Ghost God Seal. You've always wanted to see this move. Today I'll show it to you. With that, Dugu Kenjing performed a double-handed incantation gesture. Necromancy power poured into the Ghost God's seal, and the image of an enormous ghost god appeared in front of him. It was a black god seal, and was rapidly taking shape. The black god was incomparably large, and was so ferocious that it looked down on all living things. Many of the martial artists in the City of 8 Immortals felt the terror of death. Many of them even dropped to their knees. And that was with the help of a martial soul. It was a terrifying power that was shocking to behold. Ling Xiao's Taiji spun, and his brow furrowed. Given Dugu Kenjing's current strength, even an ordinary 6th-level life-sizer would have a hard time dealing with the Ghost God's seal. Although Ling Xiao had never seen the true power of a 6th-level life-sizer, he could imagine it. After all, this was a peak general-level martial skill. And it also had the terrifying power of the soul-seizing banner. Although the black-robed devil emissary hadn't personally made a move, the fact that he had given Dugu Kenjing these two things was truly shocking. Originally, if there were no accidents, Ling Xiao would definitely not be alive. Perhaps the black-robed devil emissary thought the same. And yet Ling Xiao turned out to be the biggest surprise of all. He was a monster that defied common sense. Prepare to die! You old foe! Dugu Kenjing had no choice but to admit that Ling Xiao was the biggest problem in his plan. If he didn't deal with him now, he would never be able to fulfill his ambitions. Roaring, he unleashed the Ghost God's seal. The Ghost God in front of him roared and lunged toward Ling Xiao. Chapter 3292. Everyone stared in terror at Dugu Kenjing's palm strike, which could shake heaven and earth and cause ghosts and gods to weep. Everyone in the City of 8 Immortals was shaken to the core. Ling Xiao was going to be defeated. The monarch was going to be defeated. He was finished. Such negative thoughts gradually spread under the terrifying pressure and the aura of despair. Dugu Kenjing was invincible. That was the consensus of most people. There were also a few people who were waiting for Ling Xiao to unleash a miracle on them. Is he smiling? One of the martial artists asked, noticing Ling Xiao's expression. No way. How can he be smiling in this situation? I'm not lying. See for yourself. Everyone was looking at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was smiling, and his smile was as dazzling as a sunflower in full bloom. Was he afraid? Of course not. Although the Ghost God's seal was powerful, Yang Qi had long since seen through it with his Taiji eye. Originally, Ling Xiao had wondered if he would need to use the extermination god swords to defeat Dugu Kenjing. But then, he came to the conclusion that the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation was not an option. He could fuse the power of the Xuanwu turtle. As a 4th division life-sizer, he could use the golden dragon seal to defeat Dugu Kenjing. In that case, there was no need to reveal the extermination god swords. After all, the longer he could keep a trump card, the more useful it would be. It's really a waste to use the ghost deity seal at the peak of the general realm in your hands. Let's end this battle here. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. In his unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation, his aura began to climb. The battle prowess of a 4th division life-sizer was fully unleashed. In fact, his aura was far more terrifying than that of any other 5th division life-sizer. Even the black-robed devilish emissary was shaken. This brat is a freak. It seems we have no choice but to get rid of him. The devilish emissary's eyes flickered with madness. If Dugu Kenjing and General Yulan were unable to kill Ling Xiao, then he would have to do it himself. Since he had already offended Ling Xiao, he absolutely could not let him continue to live. Otherwise, he would definitely become a terrifying opponent in the future, and even he would not be able to suppress him. The moment his strength completely erupted, Ling Xiao also began to form seals. It was still the Golden Dragon Seal. However, the power of the Golden Dragon Seal was more than 10 times stronger than before. This move was equally shocking. The Golden Dragon that was emitting a golden light was so bright that many people couldn't open their eyes. Golden Dragon Seal? It can't be. How can an advanced general realm martial arts technique defeat a peak general realm martial arts technique? It seems that the Emperor is really at his wit's end. Today might become the darkest day in the history of the 8 Immortals City. That group of idiots. Who asked them to believe in that Ling Xiao? We're the smart ones. We escaped early and didn't have to be buried with them. There were all kinds of opinions in the crowd. However, they could not change the situation of the battle. Ling Xiao's hands finally blasted out. The moment the Golden Dragon roared out, many people felt their hearts tremble. It was as if the real Golden Dragon had come from ancient times to punish the devil in front of him. Gold and black became the main colors in the sky, splitting the boundary into 2 halves, each occupying half of the sky. What's going on? Dugu Kenjing was stunned for a moment. He had seen Dugu Beijian use the Golden Dragon Seal before, but its power was not so great. Humph, no matter what, how can a mere advanced general realm martial arts technique be a match for my peak general realm martial arts technique? After a moment of shock, Dugu Kenjing chose to ignore it. He didn't believe that his palm would lose to Ling Xiao's. This was his strongest palm strike with all his strength. If it lost, then he would really be at his wit's end. The Golden Dragon and the demon finally collided in the sky. The golden and black energies penetrated, bit, and attacked each other, trying to destroy each other. Everyone stared nervously at the place where the energies intersected. They couldn't see the situation of the battle, only the 2 energies entangled there. Who would win? Who would become the winner of this pinnacle battle? Swallow it, Golden Dragon. Following Ling Xiao's furious roar, the roaring Golden Dragon bit the demon god's neck. Then, its entire body coiled around the demon and tied it up. The demon was also using its hands to tear the Golden Dragon, tearing off the scales on the Golden Dragon's body. However, its power was obviously getting weaker and weaker. In the battle, the demon god's seal lost to the Golden Dragon's seal. In the end, the demon's shadow completely collapsed. It disappeared between heaven and earth, and the entire boundary turned into a golden world. No! This is impossible. Dugu Kenjing would rather die than believe that his all-out attack would end up like this. Ling Xiao defeated his demon god's seal with the Golden Dragon seal, which was obviously a level lower than his. Why? Why did this happen? His face was full of disbelief. But at this moment, confusion and shock were meaningless. Not only did the Golden Dragon seal not disappear, but it became even more terrifying after devouring the demon god's seal. It pounced at Dugu Kenjing with extreme speed, wanting to completely defeat him. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Soul-seizing banner, release all your power. Dugu Kenjing didn't know what would happen if he released all the power of the soul-seizing banner. But at this moment, he couldn't care less because he didn't want to die. At this moment, his dream was shattered. How impressive was he when he seized Dugu Beijian's body? He thought that from then on, there wouldn't be a second person in the Sword Dynasty who would be his match. But at this moment, Ling Xiao appeared. Ling Xiao used the golden dragon seal that he couldn't be more familiar with to defeat the demon god's seal that he thought was the strongest. His mentality had already collapsed. Terrifying souls were constantly released from the soul-seizing banner and poured into Dugu Kenjing's body. Dugu Kenjing let out a shocking scream. "You reap what you sow!" Ling Zhao's cold voice sounded as the golden dragon seal finally blasted into Dugu Kenjing's body. The souls that had poured into his body were all blasted out in an instant and fled in all directions. In a small country at the border of the Sword Dynasty, 20 days ago, this place became a dead country. Everyone had turned into walking corpses. They had no soul or thoughts. The 8 Immortals' kingdom sent a group of special forces to the small country to investigate. They hadn't left yet. Suddenly, they saw a black thing flying over from the horizon. When it got closer, they realized that it was a black light. The light fell into the bodies of the walking corpses. Then, a miracle happened. The special forces of the 8 Immortals' kingdom saw a shocking scene. The walking corpses all returned to their original appearance. They became people with thoughts and souls again. It must be the Celestial Emperor! Yes, the Celestial Emperor defeated Dugu Kenjing. Chapter 3293. Amidst the praises, the special forces of the 8 Immortals' kingdom saw the citizens of the small country kneeling in the direction of the 8 Immortals' city. The souls that flew back possessed the memories of that place, allowing them to know who had saved them. The flying speed of the souls was extremely fast, so when they arrived at the small border country, the battle in the 8 Immortals' city had yet to end. The terrifying golden dragon seal slammed into Dugu Kenjing's body. Then, the blazing golden light continued to burn Dugu Kenjing's body. Why? Why did you become so strong? Dugu Kenjing roared. Without the power of the souls, he was completely defeated. The soul-seizing banner also turned into an ordinary soul banner, and was instantly burned by the golden dragon seal. I've already said that your era is over. Now it's my era! Ling Zhao's indifferent voice sounded in Dugu Kenjing's ears. Dead people shouldn't continue to stir up trouble. Go back to where you belong. I'm not willing! I'm not willing! Ling Xiao, even if I die, I won't let you have an easy time. Ha ha ha, you probably don't know that you've offended Prince Tian. He sent his powerful subordinate, General Yulan, to kill you. If I can't kill you, you'll still die. Dugu Kenjing suddenly laughed crazily. I know, Ling Xiao said indifferently. You know? Dugu Kenjing's wild laughter came to an abrupt end. That's right. Not only do I know that Prince Tian sent someone over, I also know that the black-clothed emissary is colluding with them. And you're just a chess piece they're using. If you die, no one will feel any heartache or pity you. Ling Xiao sneered. Don't worry, I won't let you be alone. I won't let that black-clothed emissary leave the Sword Dynasty alive. Since he dares to secretly harm me, he must die. At this point, Dugu Kenjing's body was almost melted by the blazing golden light. Countless people looked at this scene with astonishment. Boom! Suddenly, Dugu Kenjing's body exploded. Ling Xiao was sent flying. He spat out blood and his face was extremely pale. It was obvious that he was seriously injured. However, no one noticed the sly smile that flashed across Ling Zhao's lips. The martial spirit disappeared. Ling Zhao's body swayed as he landed on the ground. He seemed to be seriously injured, but he still won. Dugu Kenjing, who was thought to be invincible, had already turned into a pool of blood. Not even his bones remained. After a moment of silence, the entire city of 8 Immortals burst into cheers. As for those who had escaped in advance, they were filled with regret. Ling Xiao won. Although he was injured, he still won. From today onwards, there would no longer be a Sword Dynasty among the 9 Supremes, but an 8 Immortals kingdom. Ling 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 lees to heaven, Immortals rise rise rise. To the Emperor to the Emperor to the Emperor Emperor to the Immortals to heaven, Immortals. Until now, there were still many people who couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Ditto the Dugu Yuta Dugus, to accept except to be. Dugu Kanjing had vanished into thin air and could no longer be resurrected. Ling Xiao, no, the Emperor has finally killed that old monster. Genius is no longer enough to describe the Emperor's talent. He will definitely lead the 8 Immortals' kingdom to become one of the 9 Supremes. That's right, it will definitely be more prestigious than the previous Sword Dynasty. Ling Xiao listened to the crowd's discussion and enjoyed it. What he needed was not only to rule this force in name, but more importantly, to make the people of this force truly treat him as their leader. That way, his martial spirit of Tyrant Heaven would be even stronger. His grand wish would be easier to realize. Emperor, are you all right? Long Xiang hurriedly supported Ling Xiao, who was on the verge of collapse, and asked worriedly. I'm fine. Ling Xiao winked at Long Xiang. Long Xiang instantly understood. However, he did not say anything, nor did he show anything. He knew that Ling Xiao was inviting him into a trap. If he did not show any signs of injury, how could those rats hiding in the dark appear so easily? You really gave me a fright. Long Xiang laughed bitterly, feeling that his worries were a little unnecessary. Was there a need for Ling Xiao to be worried? This guy was really cunning. Let's not talk about this. Guess what I found? Ling Xiao smiled mysteriously. The Myriad Kingdom Catalog. The last piece of the 9 Supremes catalog. It concerns the 9 Supremes treasures and the 9 Supremes sword formula. It's actually in Dugu Kenjing's storage ring? Long Xiang was surprised. That's right. Other than a large number of mid-grade spirit stones, it's this thing. There's also a lot of heaven's tribulation pills, enough for me to endure several heavenly tribulations. Ling Xiao said excitedly. At this time, the 5 kings and Yan Yu had also rushed back. The thunderstorm bombs have all been removed. There shouldn't be anything left behind. As Yan Yu spoke, she looked around. Where's Dugu Kenjing? Dead, Ling Xiao said indifferently, as if he were talking about something insignificant. In fact, it was true. Killing Dugu Kenjing wasn't a big deal. He didn't really care. The truly terrifying one was actually the black-robed devil Unveil. Ling Xiao suspected that guy was a 6th-level life-sizer. It wouldn't be easy to kill him. However, this was something that had to be done. As long as the black-robed devil Unveil was alive, he wouldn't feel at ease. Especially when he went to the archaic divine tomb, where the black-robed devil Unveil would definitely cause trouble. As for Prince Tian's people, they weren't weak either. However, he hadn't seen them before, so he couldn't tell. He touched his storage ring. The bloodthirsty demon sword was inside. If he really couldn't do it, he would have to use the power of the bloodthirsty demon sword. Although it looked terrifying, there was no doubt that it could become very powerful. Furthermore, the negative effects weren't as great as the bloodthirsty demon rat. It was completely acceptable. You actually killed such a powerful person? Truly inconceivable. That guy's strength is much greater than Dugu Beijian's, Jian Filong said in shock. Although he knew that Ling Xiao was strong, he hadn't expected him to be this strong. He really had missed out on an exciting battle. Dugu Kenjing was just an undead who was forcibly resurrected. There's nothing to be afraid of. As Ling Xiao spoke, he suddenly turned to look at a dark corner not too far away. At this time, the sky was already turning white. Although the battle seemed short, it had been going on for almost an entire night. The first rays of the morning sun shone on that place, revealing a few indistinct shadows. Since you're here, why bother hiding? Prince Tian's people aren't cowards, are they? Ling Xiao said coldly, looking at the corner. Heh. You have good eyesight. You actually noticed us. That's good. We'd like to ask for something from you. From the darkness, 3 figures walked out. The originally excited people became nervous again. The auras coming from these 3 were even more terrifying than Dugu Kenjing's. Chapter 3294. Whether it's the God Devil Medallion or the 9 Paragons catalog, there's no way I'll give them to you. Just give up, Ling Xiao said, shaking his head. Just as Pink said, you really are an idiot who doesn't know how to adapt. I'm General Yulan, a subordinate of the Imperial Prince. I'm a 6th Division life-sizer, and I could raise the city of 8 immortals to the ground in an instant. Are you sure you can stand up to me? General Yulan was even more arrogant than Pink. The night before, Pink had been suppressed by Ling Xiao's soul power, so she wasn't as arrogant as she had been the night before. But this General Yulan was 10 times more arrogant than her. Her arrogance was simply overwhelming. So what? That's what she said to me yesterday. And what happened? She ran away with her tail between her legs, didn't she? Ling Xiao said sarcastically. I really admire your courage. You're injured like that, and yet you're still able to act so calm. That's rare. Since negotiations have failed, there's no point in wasting words. Hand over the 9 Paragons catalog and the God Devil medallion, or die. General Yulan chuckled. Truth be told, she had never imagined that she would actually threaten a 4th Division life-sizer. It was simply too embarrassing. He couldn't even take a single blow from her. I don't want to waste words with you. Either get the hell out of here, or die. The kingdom of 8 immortals belongs to me, Ling Xiao. The city of 8 immortals belongs to me, Ling Xiao. It's not a place where any random person can come and go as they please. Ling Xiao replied forcefully. Kill him, Pink, General Yulan said. General Yulan couldn't be bothered to attack a 4th Division life-sizer. Even if she won, it would be too embarrassing. Therefore, she let Pink Red, who was by her side, take action. Don't underestimate that guy, you idiot, the black-robed devil emissary said. He had been watching Ling Xiao since the Tea of Gods and Devils, and had watched as Ling Xiao rose to prominence. Naturally, he knew how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Although General Yulan was a 6th Division life-sizer, she didn't even have 10% of the power in her Sea of Cultivation. He was one of the weakest 6th Division life-seizers. Facing Ling Xiao, he really couldn't underestimate him. What a joke! You're scared of a puny 4th Division life-sizer? It makes me wonder if you're really the black-garbed devil emissary. General Yulan sneered and said to Pink beside her, Go and kill that brat quickly. Don't waste any more time. Prince Tian is still waiting for our 9 Supremes catalog. Yes. General! Rouge was very afraid of Ling Xiao, but today, Ling Xiao was seriously injured, so she had some expectations and confidence. She felt that with her own strength, killing a heavily injured Ling Xiao would not be a problem. With a tremble, she instantly passed through the defense set up by Jian Fulong and the others and appeared before Ling Xiao. Today, I can avenge last night. Rouge's face lit up with excitement. Ever since she had become Prince Tian's bodyguard, she had never been humiliated like last night. Today, she would finally be able to return the humiliation to her opponent. Do you really think there's no one in the Sword Dynasty who can stop you? Are you looking to die? All of a sudden, Jian Fulong let out a cold snort and waved the flag in his hand. A huge puppet drilled out from the ground. It reached out and grabbed Rouge, then slammed her down onto the ground. Everything happened so quickly that Rouge didn't even have time to react. By the time she realized what was happening, it was already too late. The enormous hand of the golem slammed her down onto the ground as easily as if it were a mosquito. At that moment, she felt that her consciousness was about to blur. Die! Jian Fulong said, taking advantage of the opportunity to stab his sword into Rouge's body, splitting her in two. Rouge was a 5th Division life-sizer, so how could she possibly survive being ganged up on by 2 5th Division life-seizers? General Yulan, Yang Qi said. Is that all you're capable of, is sending your subordinates to their deaths? Do you really think the 8 Immortals' kingdom is made of clay? That anyone can bully you? Ling Xiao looked over at General Yulan, chuckling coldly. Fine. Very well, you forced me to do this. How dare you kill Prince Tian's bodyguard? It doesn't matter what you say, the 8 Immortals' kingdom is finished. General Yulan's face was ashen as she launched an attack, not at Ling Xiao, but at Jian Fulong. She wanted to kill Jian Fulong so that she could take revenge for Rouge. At that moment, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a bright light. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Truth be told, there was nothing he could do to two 6th Division Life Caesars. But if he killed one of them, it would be a completely different story. There was no hesitation. The ice-revered sword appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. Then, a dazzling sword light appeared. Extermination God Sword! It was as if all of the life force in the world had been sucked dry. Everything became deathly still. Suddenly, a sword appeared in the middle of that deathly world. It was the Extermination God Sword, shining with dazzling light. The sword light closed in on General Yulan. General Yulan hadn't taken Ling Xiao seriously, and had only wanted to kill Jian Fulong. By the time she realized how terrifying Ling Xiao's sword was, she was already dead. It was too late. She felt the threat of death, and then desperately released her own attack in an attempt to block this sword. Unfortunately, due to her hasty response, she wasn't even able to use half of her power. Ling Xiao stabbed her in the throat, killing her on the spot. In the moment before she died, a look of shock appeared on her face, as if she were surprised that Ling Xiao didn't seem injured at all. The blazing sword light melted General Yulan's body. It all happened too quickly. When the people of the City of 8 Immortals saw 3 people with auras even more terrifying than Dugu Kenjing's, they assumed that the city was in danger. Who could have guessed that 2 of the 3 would be killed in the blink of an eye? Shit! You bunch of trash! I told you not to underestimate that guy. The black-robed emissary was so angry that he didn't know what to say. He had already warned General Yulan, but General Yulan still didn't take him seriously. In the end, she had been killed by Ling Xiao's Extermination Godsword. So, you're faking injury, Ling Xiao? He said coldly. But you killed Prince Tian. Do you really think you can live? The emissary said coldly. Don't tell me you want me to just stand here and let them kill me? Ling Xiao looked at the emissary and said mockingly. Today, I'm not just going to kill them. I'm going to kill you! The emissary stared in shock for a moment, then burst out laughing. Are you sure you didn't say anything wrong? Compared to that trash General Yulan, I'm a 6th-stage life-sizer with 50% of the power in my sea of cultivation. I'm at least 5 times stronger than her. She might underestimate me, but I won't. Besides, if you kill me, aren't you afraid of offending the owner of the God-Devil Medallion? If I say I'm going to kill you, then I have a way to do it. As for the owner of the God-Devil Medallion, I actually want to meet him. For all these years, I've treated the martial artists of the Western domains like fools and guinea pigs. I, Ling Xiao, will go to the primeval god necropolis to see for myself. As for you, you won't have that chance. Chapter 3295. Ling Xiao looked at the black-clothed devil Anvo. Although he is also afraid of the owner of the god and devil token, if he doesn't get rid of this guy, he will never have a day of peace, and the 8 Immortals nation will never have peace. Therefore, this is something that must be done. As for the consequences, he has thought about it, but he is not afraid. There will be many difficulties on the road of martial arts. He can't give up just because of a little bit of difficulty. All right, although the master told us not to take the initiative to kill people, since you are the one who provoked it, I don't need to be restrained anymore. The black-clothed devil envoy suddenly took off the mask on his face, and also pulled off the black robe. Only a black robe exuding a fierce aura. That's for the best. Ling Xiao glanced at Jian Fulong and said, Martial uncle, I will leave the safety of the 8 Immortals city to you. Black-clothed devil envoy, let's go up and fight. I didn't expect you to have a compassionate heart. What if I don't agree? The black-clothed devil envoy sneered. I am creating convenience for you, how can you not agree? Here you don't dare to hurt those innocent people, so you will definitely be restrained. After all, the owner of the god and devil token is not allowed to kill people indiscriminately. I provoked you but they didn't. If you kill them, you will also get into trouble, right? But when you reach a high place, you don't have to worry so much. As Ling Xiao spoke, his body once again soared into the sky dozens of meters high. Sure enough, the black-clothed devil envoy also followed. Just as Ling Xiao said, due to the rules of the god and devil token's owner, he can't harm ordinary people. Therefore, the battle in the sky is the most suitable. Let's begin. Ling Xiao sneered, and a ball of flame swept out from his body. It turned into another Ling Xiao. It is the Golden Phoenix Incarnation. The Golden Phoenix Incarnation's body is rolling with terrifying demon fire. In terms of strength, it is probably not much weaker than Ling Xiao. This is Ling Xiao's most crucial battle strength. Today, he used it against the black-clothed devil envoy because the opponent is too strong. Ling Xiao wants to use the Golden Phoenix Incarnation to protect his main body. He is waiting for an opportunity to kill the black-clothed devil envoy. One piece of trash is trash, two pieces of trash are also trash. Although I won't underestimate you, I won't think too highly of you either. After all, you're just a 4th division life-sizer. The aura of the black-clothed demonic envoy began to surge. See, a 6th division life-sizer unleashed 50% of his power. Rumble! That terrifying aura actually caused the city of 8 immortals, which was dozens of meters away, to shake. Kill! Ling Xiao didn't waste any words. He pounced at the black-clothed demon envoy with the Golden Phoenix Incarnation. However, they were moving in different directions. No matter how strong the black-robed demon envoy was, he was still just one person. Ling Xiao and the Golden Phoenix Incarnation worked together seamlessly. They were definitely a great threat to the black-clothed devil envoy. After all, the Golden Phoenix Incarnation was actually controlled by Ling Xiao's will. Hit wherever you point. Their minds were completely connected. This was much better than the two of them working together. Seeing Ling Xiao and the Golden Phoenix Incarnation pounce at him, the black-clothed devil envoy's face turned unsightly. This lunatic actually dares to attack me. It seems he really thinks he's stronger than me if I don't reveal some of my true strength. The black-clothed devil envoy had already decided to kill Ling Xiao. Since he had already started attacking, he had a very good reason to do so. The black-clothed devil envoy stood there, coldly observing Ling Xiao's every move. However, he didn't look at the Golden Phoenix Incarnation. As long as he focused on Ling Xiao, and defeated Ling Xiao, the Golden Phoenix Incarnation would naturally disappear. Therefore, in a sense, there was no problem with this strategy. Facing the black-clothed devil envoy, Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. The reason he dared to attack the black-clothed devil envoy today was because he had a trump card he could use. However, when to use it was very important. If he used it too early, it wouldn't be as effective as a surprise attack. If he used it too late, it wouldn't be of much help. Therefore, although he looked relaxed on the surface, he was actually quite nervous. If it weren't for the black-clothed devil envoy constantly targeting him, he really wouldn't want to provoke a 6th-stage life-sizer. At this time, Ling Xiao had already transformed into his unbounded heavenly rat beast soul. As for the rest of his beast souls, they were all used to their respective martial soul skills. Violet Lightning Bull Beast Soul, Earthquakes and Mountains Quakes. In the instant that Ling Xiao closed in on the black-clothed devil envoy, he used Earthquakes and Mountains Quakes. However, the black-clothed devil envoy was extremely crafty. As soon as he used Earthquakes and Mountains Quakes, he flew into the air, preventing the move from being effective. However, Ling Xiao didn't panic. After all, his opponent wasn't that easy to deal with. Seeing the black-clothed devil envoy fly into the air, he suddenly opened his mouth and spat out an icy dragon breath. In midair, it was very difficult to dodge. Although the black-clothed devil envoy was on guard, he was still affected by the cold air, and his body froze for a moment. In that moment, Ling Xiao took advantage of the opportunity to use his Sun God divine ability, the Bloodthirsty Plague. It was a divine ability that weakened the opponent. All of the previous preparations were to ensure that the move would hit the black-clothed devil envoy. Slowed down by the icy dragon breath, the black-clothed devil envoy naturally couldn't avoid the move. Surrounded by blood-red germs, the black-clothed devil envoy's face fell. He had seen Ling Xiao use this move more than once. Therefore, he was very careful. However, the blood-red germs seemed to be everywhere. No matter how careful he was still affected. It didn't matter if he was in the 6th stage of life seizing or not. As soon as the bloodthirsty plague entered his body, it began to take effect. Even the black-clothed devil envoy wasn't completely immune to the bloodthirsty plague. Damn it! What the hell is this? Even though the black-robed emissary had seen Ling Xiao's divine ability before, to be honest, even after studying it for a very long time, he still couldn't figure out what it was. If he couldn't figure it out, then he couldn't do anything about it. The bloodthirsty plague was already beginning to destroy his cells and blood, making him feel very uncomfortable. He had no choice but to use 20% of his energy to suppress the bloodthirsty plague. If he didn't do that, he believed that the germs would completely disintegrate his body from the inside before he could defeat Ling Xiao. I'm not done yet! Facing the black-clothed devil envoy, Ling Xiao didn't dare to fight with a cultivation mindset. Even the slightest bit of carelessness could lead to his death. Therefore, he had to use everything he could to weaken his opponent, and then kill him. 9 Snakes Venom Domain, Deathly Kingdom Black Poison. The terrifying black poison mist began to surge toward the black-clothed devil envoy. At the same time, Ling Xiao released his barrier martial spirit, controlling the Death Country black poison to only be released in this barrier. It wouldn't spread to the city below. Cough, cough! At first, the black-clothed devil envoy didn't pay much attention to the poison, but as soon as he breathed it in, he realized something was wrong. Chapter 3296. Although the power of the Death Kingdom black poison was not as terrifying as the bloodthirsty plague, it was definitely not bad. The black-robed demon envoy had no choice but to use another 10% of his power to repel the black poison. In this way, the black-robed demon envoy could only use 70% of his power at most. Considering that any martial artist would reserve 10% of their power to escape in a real battle, the black-robed demon envoy would probably only be able to use 60% of his power. This could be said to have severely weakened the black-robed demon envoy. Even so, Ling Xiao still did not dare to underestimate his opponent. After all, his opponent came from the primordial divine tomb. No one knew if he had any other magical abilities. At this moment, the golden phoenix incarnation had already arrived behind the black-robed demon envoy. His entire body was burning with blazing deviant fire. This was Ling Xiao's deviant fire, and it was currently enveloping his entire body. This allowed every attack of the golden phoenix incarnation to cause damage on the level of the deviant fire. The black-robed demon envoy did not dare to take it head-on. Even he was afraid of the power of the deviant fire. Moreover, he felt that there was no need for him to fight to the death with an incarnation. The real opponent was still Ling Xiao. He absolutely could not let Ling Xiao take advantage of this loophole. It seems that this Ling Xiao is even more terrifying than I imagined. Not only does he have these strange abilities, but he can also control deviant fire. The black-robed demon envoy was more and more surprised. He even began to regret offending such a genius. However, this thought only flashed through his mind for a moment. To him, Ling Xiao had already attacked him, so he absolutely could not be allowed to live. No matter what, he had to kill Ling Xiao today. There was no other choice. The Golden Phoenix Incarnation's attack missed, but Ling Xiao's attack had already formed. He suddenly stabbed his sword from behind. He used the ice-revered sword, and he did not use any moves. With his current level and the grade of the ice-revered sword, the ordinary attack he used was equivalent to a mid-general level martial technique. Moreover, the ordinary attack was faster and more direct, not giving the black-robed demon envoy any chance to dodge. At this very moment, the ice-revered sword transformed into countless sword shadows. In Ling Xiao's hand, a dazzling sword light blossomed as it pierced out continuously. The speed of each sword was extremely fast, so much so that the people in the 8 Immortals City looked as if Ling Xiao had countless Ice Supreme swords in his hands. The black-clothed demon envoy felt extremely vexed. He was clearly much stronger than Ling Xiao, but due to a moment of carelessness, he had been struck by Ling Zhao's bloodthirsty plague and Death Nation's black poison. Coupled with the continuous attacks, he was unable to display his full strength. He could only keep retreating, hoping to advance by retreating and use this opportunity to readjust his offense. As he retreated, the black-clothed demon envoy suddenly felt a sense of danger. It turned out that the Golden Phoenix incarnation was attacking again. The heat of the strange flame left the black-clothed demon envoy in a very sorry state. The Deviant Fire's attack was actually not inferior to Ling Zhao's own attack at all. What a cunning brat! But do you think you can make me wait for death like this? The black-clothed demon envoy was annoyed. He had actually been forced into such a state by a trash from the western region. This was simply too shameful. He had endured Ling Zhao's attack and his body had been pierced by the Ice Supreme's sword, but at this time, he had condensed his own incomparably powerful move. Dance of Demons and Gods! With a furious roar, a black storm suddenly erupted with his body as the center. Ling Zhao and the Golden Phoenix incarnation were both forced to the side by the black storm. What a pity! Looking at the blood on the Ice Supreme's sword, Ling Zhao sighed. This black-clothed demon envoy was truly worthy of being a figure from the immemorial divine tomb. Even if his strength had been weakened to such an extent, he was still able to avoid his vital points at the critical moment and launch a counterattack. It destroyed his plan to end the battle quickly. In the void, countless ghost gods appeared. Although these ghost gods were much weaker than the one from the Ghost God seal, there were enough of them. Each of them was filled with a sinister and terrifying aura. Each of them was unafraid of death as they protected the black-clothed demon envoy. First, I'll trap your Golden Phoenix incarnation. Let's see what other tricks you can play. The feeling of being attacked from the front and back was really unpleasant. Therefore, the black-clothed demon envoy used the Dance of Demons and Gods to trap Ling Zhao's Golden Phoenix incarnation. In this way, he only needed to face Ling Zhao and did not need to worry about being attacked from behind. After all, that kind of feeling was not very comfortable. As expected of the black-clothed demon envoy. You're really not that easy to deal with, Ling Zhao said with a smile. Pretentious guy, I'd like to see if you can still laugh. When the black-clothed demon envoy saw Ling Zhao's smile, he was extremely displeased. However, he was also somewhat puzzled. Could it be that Ling Zhao was not relying on the Golden Phoenix incarnation? He had never seen Xiao Jin before, so he did not know that Ling Zhao's greatest trump card was Xiao Jin. In a sense, Xiao Jin's lethality was even more terrifying than the tyrannical sky martial spirit. I like to laugh, so I can naturally laugh. However, I don't know if you can laugh. Ling Zhao smiled faintly. Although he was not that relaxed in his heart, he would never reveal his true emotions on the surface. Currently, everything was developing in the direction he had expected. However, the more it was so, the more he could not be careless. The easiest part of a plan to fail was often the last part. What are you thinking about? Watch my demon god seal! The black-clothed demon envoy roared and threw out a palm. The demon god's seal he used was much more ferocious than Dugu Kenjing's. Even though his strength was suppressed by nearly 40%, it was still so valiant. The king of demons and gods pounced at Ling Zhao with an earth-shattering black aura. Within the barrier, ghostly wails and wolf howls could be heard. Evading sword steps. Ling Zhao did not clash head-on with his opponent. The black-clothed demon envoy's move was much more powerful than Dugu Kenjing's. If he wanted to clash head-on, there were only two choices. One was to use the Annihilation Divine Sword, and the other was to summon the tyrannical sky martial spirit. As for these two trump cards, it was not yet time to use them. Since he could avoid them, he would naturally choose to avoid them. The evading sword steps was a movement technique of the Dugu clan. Now that Ling Zhao had used it, its effect was simply outstanding. Perhaps even a high-level general-level movement technique could not compare to it. It was as if any martial technique in Ling Zhao's hands could be upgraded by a level. This kind of talent was truly terrifying. The black-clothed demon envoy became more and more fearful. And more terrified. His demon god seal was powerful, but Ling Xiao's movement technique was completely unfathomable. It seems that the white-clothed divine envoy's evaluation of him was not wrong. If this kid continues to develop, he might even become the number one of the 9 Supremes. He might even threaten the rule of the God and Devil Rit's master. If I kill him, the master will definitely not blame me. The killing intent in the black-clothed demon envoy's eyes grew thicker. The God and Devil Rit's master liked geniuses, but only geniuses that could be controlled. He absolutely did not like geniuses that could surpass him. Therefore, even if he killed Ling Xiao, the God and Devil Rit's master would probably not blame him. On the contrary, he might even reward him. Chapter 3297. The ghost god's seal in the black-robed emissary's hand moved faster and faster, and the number of palm imprints increased. Soon, the entire enchantment was filled. Your movement technique isn't bad, the emissary said. But trapping the 2 of us in this enchantment was your biggest mistake. My ghost god's seal has already filled up this small space. Do you have any other way to avoid it? The emissary laughed coldly. He was confident that Ling Xiao wouldn't dare to release the enchantment. If he did, he would use the lives of millions of people in the City of 8 Immortals to threaten Ling Xiao. Presumably, Ling Xiao was well aware of that. If I can't avoid it, then I'll just send it all back. Ling Xiao didn't try to avoid it. A terrifying aura erupted from the revered eye's sword. Dazzling, scorching light shone out from within the black smoke. Extermination God Sword! Die! The revered eye's sword slashed out. And not just once. The emissary could use the ghost god's seal repeatedly. Ling Xiao could also use the extermination god sword repeatedly. However, both the ghost god's seal and the extermination god sword consumed a terrifying amount of internal energy. Right now, the 2 of them were fighting to see who would run out of internal energy first. Countless streaks of sword light and countless ghost gods fought chaotically in the air. The emissary laughed coldly. Idiot! You might be able to fight people above your level, but you're only a 4th stratum life-sizer. Do you really think you have more internal energy than I do? Ignoring everything else, the 2 of them unleashed their most powerful martial techniques. Ling Xiao could feel that the energy in his cultivation sea was increasing continuously. 10%. 20%. When his sea of power reached 50%, it began to slow down. And yet, it was still rising. From that, one could see how terrifying the emissary's attacks were. Heh. Is this the move you used to kill General Yulan? It's no weaker than my ghost god's seal. Killing General Yulan in an instant is normal. Unfortunately, you're like a lamp that's about to run out of oil. Your true energy can't handle such a high level of consumption. The emissary laughed coldly, waiting for Ling Xiao to break down. Idiot! Ling Xiao's lips curled into a mocking smile. Originally, it would not be easy to defeat the black-clothed demon envoy. However, this black-clothed demon envoy had done the most foolish thing. Competing with him in terms of internal energy? What kind of joke was this? Who was he? He was an apothecary. The elixirs he refined were the best in the entire Black Tortoise mainland. Pills that could restore internal energy could be eaten as casually as fried beans. Could a black-clothed demon envoy do such a thing? To be so stupid to such an extent, there's really no cure for him. Ling Xiao mocked as he secretly consumed a recovery pill. After that, he continued to confront the black-clothed demon envoy. In order to make the black-clothed devil envoy feel that he really couldn't do it, he even deliberately reduced the damage of the annihilation sword. Within the barrier, the black smoke began to suppress the golden light. The golden light had been suppressed to within 3 to 4 meters of Ling Xiao. Heh. Success! The black-clothed demon envoy had no idea that Ling Xiao was doing this on purpose. His biggest mistake in this battle was not investigating Ling Xiao properly. What he didn't know was that Ling Xiao's greatest trump card wasn't strength, nor was it soul power. It was medicinal pills. If he hadn't become an outstanding apothecary, Ling Xiao would never have been able to match up to those geniuses. Ha! Prepare to die! Finally, he could sense that Ling Xiao was about to die. The black-clothed demon envoy gave up on suppressing the bloodthirsty plague and the Death Kingdom Black Blight. He wanted to use all of his power to make one final attack and kill Ling Xiao. Once he killed Ling Xiao, he was confident that the bloodthirsty plague and the Death Kingdom Black Blight would disappear. 100% power, Ghost God Seal! This was the most powerful attack the black-clothed demon envoy could muster with his cultivation base in the 6th stratum of life seizing. Of course, the previous battle had drained him quite a bit of internal energy. Therefore, the power of this attack was much weaker than usual. After using the Ghost God's seal, the black-clothed demon envoy waited expectantly for a miserable shriek to ring out. However, a moment later, his eyes widened. Ling Xiao, who had been weak moments ago, suddenly became strong. The golden light, which had been compressed to the point where it couldn't be compressed any further, suddenly exploded out, destroying the Ghost God's seal. You! How is this possible? You didn't even lose any power? The black-clothed demon envoy was completely flabbergasted. He was exhausted, but his opponent didn't seem to have lost any power at all. It was a bizarre scene that filled him with despair. You must be disappointed. I was going to let you see my most powerful trump card. Who would have thought that you'd court death and compete with me in terms of internal energy? Well, there's no need for that now. Just this one strike is enough to take your life. Ling Xiao was already completely enveloped by the resplendent golden light. The revered ice sword transformed into an enormous golden sword. Then, a sword light was released from Ling Xiao's revered ice sword. No! With an earth-shattering scream, the black-robed emissary's body was split in two by the giant's sword. His eyes were still filled with the fear he had felt before his death. Even in death, he still didn't understand how Ling Xiao could still possess such terrifying power after confronting him for so long. You're very strong and have a lot of combat experience. Unfortunately, you made a wrong move, so you're the one who died. Not me! Ling Xiao put away the boundary and took the black-clothed demon envoy's storage ring. To be honest, even Ling Xiao was a little surprised that this battle had ended in such a manner. It seemed like learning alchemy from a Yuan Venerate was the right thing to do. In addition to providing a large amount of elixirs for cultivation, it also had such a miraculous effect in battle. This was also very interesting. The black-clothed demon envoy is dead? Many people below still couldn't believe this outcome. 2 6th-level life seizers had actually been killed by Ling Xiao. It was like a dream. He's dead. There's no aura left, Jian Fulong said with certainty. We're not dreaming, are we? That was the black-clothed demon envoy, one of the 2 high and mighty envoys. He actually died in the city of the 8 immortals? Long Xiang slapped his head, afraid that he was dreaming. Haha, this isn't a dream. Our emperor has already grown into a very reliable powerhouse. Whether it's Prince Tian or the other 9 supremes, they won't dare to underestimate him anymore. Jian Fulong smiled. While they were chatting, all the cultivators in the city of the 8 immortals had already fallen to their knees. Ling Zhao's killing of Duge Kenjing had made them accept Ling Zhao's rule. They had thought of Ling Xiao as their emperor. Therefore, the fact that Ling Xiao had killed 2 6th Division life seizers in a row was enough to make them worship him blindly. In their eyes, Ling Xiao wasn't just a person, but a god. An omnipotent god. Chapter 3298. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Waves of cheers sounded in the sky above the city of 8 immortals. In the sky, the domineering youth had finally completed everything he wanted to do in the Sword Dynasty. However, at this moment, his emotions were a little complicated. He was happy because he could go to the immemorial Divine Tomb, open up a new battlefield, and get close to the Moon Lady. He was also a little worried because he was going to part with a group of good friends. In this Sword Dynasty, he encountered many powerful enemies. They were either shameless, despicable, or incomparably powerful, but they were all killed by him one by one. Demon Venerable, Duge Xingjian, Duge Beijian, Duge Kenjing, Murong Qi, General Yulan, and the demon unveil in black. Each and every one of these names was well known. At the same time, he also met many friends. Golden Phoenix Chichi, Sword Sakura, 18th Sword, Jian Subduing Dragon, Falling Moon, Dragon Elephant, Bai Fong Ba Dao, and so on. The path of martial arts was so exciting. It was just that magnificent. He really felt a little reluctant to part with them. Next, you should be going to the immemorial divine tomb, right? Ling Xiao landed among his friends. Everyone looked at him with complicated feelings. Although they were happy for Ling Xiao, they were also reluctant to part with Ling Xiao. Yes, people always have to move forward. The path of martial arts has no end. But I, your goal, have never changed. Ling Xiao nodded. It was not difficult to make such a decision. From the Heavenly Dragon continent to the Divine Phoenix continent, to the White Tiger continent, and then to the Black Tortoise continent, he had always been like this. Although the distance was far, the feelings between friends would not fade because of this. The immemorial divine tomb is full of mysteries and dangers. There are countless terrifying monsters there. There is also the mysterious owner of the God token, and the other competitors of the 9 Supremes. Are you ready? Jian Subduing Dragon asked. Of course, but there are 3 God tokens. Does Senior Uncle want to go to the immemorial divine tomb with me? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. I was waiting for you to say that. I am old, but I have never been to the immemorial divine tomb, so this time, I have to go and take a look no matter what. We have been trapped in this barren land of the western regions for a long time. For me, that place is filled with both hope and challenge. Jian Fulong nodded and said, All right, 3 God Devil tokens, 1 for me, 1 for Little Gold, and 1 for you. Let's go and see what that place looks like for the 8 Immortals' country. When the immemorial divine tomb was opened, one had to have a Fiend God token to enter, even for demonic beasts. That was why Ling Xiao kept all 3 Fiend God tokens in his hands instead of giving them away. In fact, he had already thought about who would accompany him. In any case, now that Jian Fulong had obtained the troll puppet's command flag, in addition to his own strength, his chances of survival were quite high if he went to the immemorial divine tomb. What if all of you leave and the other 9 Supremes attack my 8 Immortals' country? Falling Moon said worriedly. You don't have to worry about that. Once the immemorial divine tomb opens, the other 9 powerhouses will basically head there. As for the rest, the strongest of them were only in the 5th division of life seizing. Even if they do come, there's no need for you to be afraid. Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix and Emperor Dragon Mammoth are both on the verge of breakthroughs. The medicinal pills I gave them are very useful. Ling Xiao had already looked into the matter. The other 8 Supremes had a lot of God Devil tokens, and that was no laughing matter. In contrast, the Sword Dynasty only had 3 tokens. They had tens of thousands of tokens. But if that's the case, the 3 of you will be in danger. Whether it's the Heavenly Prince or the owner of the God Devil tokens, they won't let you off the hook. Falling Moon frowned. What's there to be afraid of? Different situations call for different measures. When have I, Ling Xiao, ever been afraid of an enemy? The stronger the enemy, the more it motivates me. Whether it's the Heavenly Prince or the owner of the God Devil tokens, or even Dragon Mother and the other 8 Supremes. I'm looking forward to seeing them. Ling Xiao smiled. Forget it, Falling Moon said with a wry smile. There's no point in talking about it. Yen Yu shook her head and smiled bitterly. She understood Ling Xiao's personality very well. It was useless to say more about such matters. In that case, let's throw a banquet to celebrate our new lease on life. The 8 Immortals city had almost been destroyed that day. Now that the crisis had been averted, they naturally had to celebrate. On this day, the entire 8 Immortals nation celebrated. After a long time, Ling Xiao returned to his residence and took out the storage ring of the black-robed demonic envoy. Sure enough, this guy has the cultivation method of the Ghost God's seal. It's a must to cultivate a peak general level martial technique. Ling Xiao excitedly discovered that the Ghost God's seal was in the black-robed demonic envoy's storage ring. At the same time, there were many spirit stones, which had probably been bribed by many people. Ling Xiao didn't cultivate it immediately. Instead, he took out 3 more God-Devil tokens. He hadn't studied them since he had gotten them, as he hadn't had the time. It was said that one could go to the immemorial divine tomb after obtaining the God-Devil token, but Ling Xiao didn't know when exactly. Drip blood! The Yuan Venerate said suddenly. Drip blood? Master, have you also been to the immemorial divine tomb? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. Not only have I been there, but I was in a hurry at the time, so I didn't stop for long, the Yuan Venerate replied. Ha! Ling Xiao nodded and dripped a drop of his blood on one of the God-Devil tokens. As his blood came into contact with the God-Devil token, a video appeared. This video introduced the situation of the immemorial divine tomb in detail. It was unknown who had done the dubbing, but it was very exciting. After hearing it, people would always want to go to that place to take a look. Along with the dubbing, there were many strange places in the immemorial divine tomb, as well as some powerful demonic beasts. All of this would make a man's adventurous cells become completely active. After the introduction, the dubbing got to the main point. There are still 10 days before the gate of the immemorial divine tomb opens completely. I hope that those who hold the God-Devil token can make all the necessary preparations and gather at the gate of the immemorial divine tomb. We won't wait for you if you're late. These words were the key. The first part of the dubbing was exciting, but the last part was the most important information. Ling Xiao nodded. Fortunately, there were still 10 days. It should take 3 days to rush from the 8 Immortals' kingdom to the gate of the immemorial divine tomb. In other words, he still had 7 days to say goodbye to his friends and cultivate the Ghost God's seal at the same time. The stronger one was, the greater the chance of surviving after going to the immemorial divine tomb. Ling Xiao planned to do everything he needed to do before leaving. This included setting up several powerful array formations for the 8 Immortals' city. At the same time, he wanted to explore the underground of the 8 Immortals' city again in case the incident with Duge Kenjing happened again. With his soul power, it wouldn't be a problem to search the underground of the 8 Immortals' city thoroughly with the help of the Taiji. He hadn't done it before because he hadn't realized it. Now that he had thought of it, he couldn't be careless. Chapter 3299. 10 days wasn't a long time, but it wasn't a short time either. After 3 days of travel, the remaining 7 days were very precious. With nothing else to do, Ling Xiao went into secluded cultivation to study the Ghost God's seal. If he succeeded in cultivating the Ghost God's seal, then with the Extermination God's word, he would have 2 peak general class martial arts. That would be of great help to him on his journey to the primeval necropolis. With the enlightenment of the Extermination God's word, it would be much easier to study the Ghost God's seal. In just 1 day, Ling Xiao was able to see through its secrets, and cultivate the Ghost God's seal to the level of minor success. Increasing the level of mastery required constant tempering in battle. For now, he didn't need to worry about it. At the same time, Jian Fulong also went into secluded cultivation. He wanted to reach the 6th stratum of life seizing. That way, he would have a better chance of entering the primeval necropolis. It wasn't a fantasy. After all, he had hundreds of years of experience, and Ling Zhao's medicinal pills. He also had the epiphany he had gained during the battle with the troll puppet. All of those things gave him the foundation for a breakthrough. Of course, whether or not he could break through would depend on luck. Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to help him with that. Xiao Jin was still in a deep sleep. The sunbird was very powerful, which made Xiao Jin's digestion process much more difficult. However, Ling Xiao wasn't worried. He could sense that little gold was growing stronger. There was no danger. After comprehending the Ghost God's seal, Ling Xiao took out the 9 Supremes catalog. Now that he had all 10 of them, it was time for him to study them. The peak general class martial arts were the foundation. Only the royal class martial arts could help him break through in the primeval necropolis. However, before he could do so, Haim Myungkeo's voice rang out from outside. Your Majesty, there's something I need to talk to you about. Would that be convenient? Wait a moment. I'll be right out. Ling Xiao knew that Han Myung-ko normally wouldn't disturb him. Since she was here, it meant that she had something important to tell him. A moment later, the two met in the tea room. Emperor, I'll get straight to the point. Based on the investigation of our spies and the other 8 supreme powers, we've found out that they're the strongest among the 8 supreme powers. There's some interesting news that you might be interested in. Han Myung-ko and Ling Xiao were old friends, so there was no need to be polite. Is it about the ancient divine tomb? That's right. At first, we thought we were going to take the Fiend God token to the door of the divine tomb, but that's not the case. Han Myung-ko said. To be precise, as long as you hold the Fiend God token, all warriors will be teleported to the vicinity of the gate of the divine tomb the moment it fully opens. This way, we can save 3 days of travel time. Not bad, the divine demon order seems to be the key to the immemorial divine tomb? Ling Xiao smiled. That's right. Although very few people have come back alive from the Archean divine tomb in the past few years, the Archean divine tomb is still very rare. Furthermore, they all remained silent. They did not say a single word about what had happened there. But one thing is for sure, as long as they come back alive, their strength will definitely increase greatly. The current Ice Emperor of the Ice Dynasty is someone who has been to the immemorial divine tomb. This time, he'll definitely go again. Han Myung-ko nodded and said, Moreover, it seems that everything is inextricably linked to the Fiend God token. There's an invisible hand behind the scenes controlling everything in the immemorial divine tomb. The owner of the Fiend God token? Ling Xiao asked. I'm not sure about that, but the Fiend God token must have been issued by this person. As for whether there's anyone else behind him, I really can't find out. Han Myung-ko said helplessly. You're already very powerful. Is there any other information? Ling Xiao asked again. Yes, there's another very important piece of information. There's a lunatic who came back from the immemorial divine tomb that we accidentally saved. Although he's crazy and doesn't know anything, there's a letter written in blood on his body. The content of the letter is very simple. There's only one paragraph. They made us kill each other. We're like wild beasts in a cage. If we can't kill our opponents, we won't be able to obtain freedom. Blood dyed the entire battlefield red. My companion's corpse was so hideous. I chose to become a demon and stabbed the sharp knife of sin into my wife's throat. I obtained freedom, but I suddenly realized that it was just the beginning of another tragedy. The letter wasn't long, but the content was soul-stirring. They actually wanted to kill each other? In order to live, in order to obtain freedom, this lunatic killed his own wife? But he didn't obtain true freedom. Instead, he discovered something even more despairing. The letter didn't say what it was, and Ling Xiao couldn't possibly know. But what was certain was that it would be very terrifying. Killing each other? Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. He was considering if he should let Jian Fulong go with him. In summary, Monarch, we suggest that you don't go. That place is even more sinister than you think. The many martial artists in the western region are just chess pieces in someone else's hands. Han Myung-ko reminded. Although that's the case, how can one catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? Chess piece? I'm a disobedient chess piece. If I stay in the western region because of fear and don't dare to step into the immemorial divine tomb, then when can I see Sister Moon Maiden? Don't worry, it's not fixed who's the chess piece and who's the chess player. The immemorial divine tomb is a good place, a place full of opportunities and miracles. Today's Ant might become a dinosaur tomorrow. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I wonder if you've heard of the law of the jungle? No. Simply speaking, the core of this law is that the sudden increase in strength will cause the position of an ant to change from that of a dinosaur. Thus, even when the dinosaur faces those ants, they don't dare to be careless and want to get rid of them quickly. The immemorial divine tomb is the key to forming the law of the jungle. Without the foundation of a sudden increase in strength, this law won't be applicable. Ling Xiao smiled and said, If I'm not wrong, the so-called trip to the immemorial divine tomb is probably a dinosaur group that wants to kill those ants that might become stronger. Or a game of recruitment. The Imperial Emperor must be that ant that can become a dinosaur at any time, or even stronger than a dinosaur, right? Myunkeo was relieved. Today's low cultivation didn't mean that one would die after entering the immemorial divine tomb. According to past experience, some young people with mediocre strength would survive. It seemed that the stronger one's talent, the greater the chance of survival. Myunkeo didn't understand the reason behind it before. But now she understood. Because the stronger one's talent, the easier it was to cause a surge in strength, turning oneself from an ant to a powerhouse. I originally planned to let Senior Jian Fulong go with me, but after hearing your news, I changed my mind. It's better to let Longchun go with me. Longchun is the most likely to cause a surge in strength. After all, he's a descendant of the immemorial dragon clan. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said, Chapter 3300. I'm afraid Senior Jian Fulong won't agree. Myunkeo smiled wryly. Don't worry. I'll make him agree. Ling Xiao chuckled. Do you have any information about the 4 domains of the Black Tortoise? His main goal in the primeval god Necropolis was to go to the 4 domains, the true heart of the Black Tortoise continent. It was a very important matter. Not much, but I did manage to gather some information. In the western region, the 4 domains were mythical existences. To the martial artists of the western domain, the martial artists of the 4 domains are terrifying. Just as the Celestial Emperor knew, the western region was just a barren land used by the 4 regions to exile prisoners. The density of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is incomparable. Myunkeo replied. In the 4 domains, it's almost impossible to find a martial artist who hasn't undergone reincarnation. It's said that even the weakest martial artists there are first reincarnation gods. Their cultivation starts from the first reincarnation god realm. First reincarnation life-seizers don't even have the right to live there. It's that terrifying? Ling Xiao had thought about how terrifying the 4 domains were, but hearing Myunkeo's words still shocked him. He had worked so hard to reach the 4th stratum of the life-seizing level. He had never imagined that the martial artists of the 4 domains would start from the first reincarnation god realm. It was a huge blow. It shouldn't be wrong. Myunkeo said. Our sources of information are very reliable. Some of it came from traveling merchants. Those traveling merchants had been to the 4 regions, but they had quickly fled here. Given their strength, there's no way they could survive there. All right. In that case, I have to go to the primeval god Necropolis. I need to reach the first reincarnation god realm as soon as possible. Although Myunkeo's words were a huge blow, Ling Xiao wasn't so easily shaken. Aren't you afraid? Myunkeo asked. I am. Of course I am. That's why I'm doing everything I can to get stronger. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Is there anything else you want to say? Not at the moment. Myunkeo said. All right, then I'll have to trouble you to call Longchun over when you leave. If Uncle Master comes out of seclusion, tell him to come over as well. There are some things we need to talk about. Ling Xiao had 3 Godfiend tokens, and 2 of them belonged to him and Little Gold. The God Devil Medallion. Soon, Jian Fulong and Longchun arrived. Ling Xiao explained the situation to Jian Fulong. Jian Fulong remained silent for a long time before he finally nodded and said, I give up. Actually, I've had this feeling before. The immemorial Divine Tomb game was prepared for young geniuses. The experts of the older generation were like ants when they left, and when they returned, they were still ants. They lacked the possibility of an outbreak. Teet teet. Teet. Ling Xiao asked. Boss, are you joking? How could I give up the opportunity to increase my strength in a short period of time? The primeval god Necropolis is incomparably dangerous. But from the Heaven Dragon continent to the Black Tortoise continent, I'll follow you. I'll never back down from a fight. You're not just my benefactor, you're my boss. If I talk too much, it'll seem like I'm an outsider. The truth was that Long Chun wanted to help Ling Xiao as much as he could. Others might not be familiar with the Moon Maiden, but he did. He knew how much she had done for Ling Xiao. He would rather use everything he had to help Ling Xiao get to the Four Realms. Good. You're ambitious. But your cultivation base is still too weak. Go into seclusion. When the door of the god Necropolis summons us, I want you to be in the 4th division of life seizing at the very least. Ling Xiao said. Boss, Long Chun said excitedly, you're making things difficult for me. But I'll do my best. While I was searching the City of 8 Immortals, I found the corpse of an enormous dragon. It's a treasure to me. Long Chun said excitedly. In that case, I won't disturb you any further. Go and cultivate. Don't worry, Sect Uncle. I won't just leave. I'll see what the primeval god Necropolis looks like. Once I'm done, I'll definitely come back. When that time comes, I'll make sure the path to the Four Realms is open to all martial artists. Ling Zhao's eyes flickered with confidence and determination. Although it was difficult to realize his dream, he was confident that he could do it. I'll wait for that day to come. I'll protect the 8 Immortals' kingdom for you. Chuckling, Jian Fulong left with Long Chun. After they left, Ling Xiao began to study the 9 Paragons catalog. He didn't want to miss out on any opportunity to improve his strength, especially when it came to a royal-class martial discipline. The 9 Paragons catalog was actually made up of 10 catalogs. Ling Xiao had long since realized that. Pulling out all 10 catalogs, he placed them in front of him and began to study them. He had already activated his Taiji Eye. There was nothing in the world that his Taiji Eye couldn't see through. If there was, he would take a few more glances. It's still necessary to drip blood. Just like the Fiend God token. I wonder which guy invented the artifact to use such a method to make the item recognize him as its owner. Through the analysis of the Taiji Eye, Ling Xiao came to a conclusion. The 9 Paragons catalog was, in fact, an artifact. However, it was divided into 10 portions. In order to merge them completely, 10 drops of blood were needed. The 10 catalogs would merge completely through the blood and become a complete catalog. As the 10 drops of blood dripped down, the 10 catalogs emitted a blood-red glow at the same time. Then, the 10 catalogs floated up and began to piece together in the air. Finally, they connected to form a perfect catalog. This catalog clearly depicted the entire western region and the immemorial divine tomb. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted from the catalog. The loud explosion traveled all the way to the outside of the palace. 9 shocking phenomena appeared in the sky. Then, the 9 phenomena continued to merge and finally formed a majestic catalog of the western region's divine tomb. This catalog seemed to be alive, and the scenery inside seemed to be real. The huge image shocked the entire city of the 8 Immortals. People walked out of their houses and looked in the direction of the palace. Is our emperor cultivating some kind of strange technique again? It's really shocking. Legend has it that the emperor is the reincarnation of a god. He came to our country to make them stronger. That's right, kneel down and pray. Many people knelt in front of the door and kowed out in the direction of the image. It was as if it was really a phenomenon created by the gods, as if it could really help them obtain salvation. Such a big commotion naturally attracted the attention of his own people. The 5 kings and other martial artists who had a good relationship with Ling Xiao had all come. Chapter 3301. Is that the 9 Supremes catalog? Jian Fulong asked, clearly shaken. That's right, Yang Qi said. It's the combination of the 10 catalogs. Truth be told, even I'm shaken by it. I'm starting to suspect that the map of the Western Domain God Tombs isn't just related to martial arts, but also to the primeval God Tombs. Ling Xiao nodded. He didn't have any doubts about these people. If he had to doubt even these people, then he would be living a failure. After working so hard for so long, you've finally gotten what you wanted. There's not much time left before the primeval God Tombs opens, so we won't disturb you any further. Focus on your research and study the map of the Western Domain God tombs before then. Perhaps it will be the key to your journey into the primeval God tombs. Jian Fulong sighed. That's right. Let's not disturb the Emperor's cultivation. Everyone dispersed, and Ling Xiao continued to study the map of the Western Domain God tombs. Back when he had fought over it, he had only known that it was related to a royal-class martial arts. But in the end, those were just rumors, and he wasn't sure if they were true or not. As for what the map of the Western Domain God tombs really meant, he would have to wait and see. After all, rumors tended to be false. He was so focused on studying the map of the Western Domain God tombs that he had no idea how much of an impact the strange phenomenon would have on the people outside. After all, he had defeated Dugu Kenjing and slaughtered 2 6th Division Life Caesars, making him the most powerful person in the empire. People were incomparably respectful and worshipful of him. But now that the strange phenomenon had appeared, the superstitious people worshipped him even more. They already viewed him as an emissary sent by the heavens to save the common people. Eunuch Gao, is that a strange phenomenon caused by the Emperor's cultivation? It's so powerful! After the establishment of the new dynasty, eunuchs were eliminated. However, there were still a few eunuchs from the previous dynasty who remained. After all, they had no other choice but to do this kind of thing. Many of the eunuchs had never seen Ling Xiao before, and when they saw the strange phenomenon, they couldn't contain their excitement. That's right. It's the Emperor. Eunuch Gao's eyes were also filled with surprise and admiration. Back then, when Ling Xiao first came to Sword God City, he had fought with Ling Xiao. At that time, Ling Xiao had already displayed a terrifying aptitude that was different from ordinary people. Even still, Eunuch Gao could never have guessed that Ling Xiao would be able to kill a 6th Division Life Caesar. Now, this young man had grown to a level that others could only look up to. Little guys, remember this. He is the only emperor of the 8 Immortals' kingdom. In the future, he will become the only king of the Western region. Now all of you should do your job well and train your skills well. Only then can you serve the Emperor, understand? Understood. The little ones clenched their fists in excitement. Although they were no longer complete humans, no one discriminated against them here. Compared to the living conditions of the previous dynasty, it was much better. They were also willing to serve this Emperor. The phenomenon in the sky became even more real. At the same time, the map of the Western region's divine tomb began to undergo some strange changes. It was as if it had become the center of the entire Western region, forming a strange vortex. The energy in the area was constantly being drawn in. The energy didn't just come from the city of the 8 Immortals, but from the entire Western region, including the primeval god tombs. At this moment, the cultivators of the other 8 forces also discovered something strange. Strange phenomena had condensed in the sky above each force. In the sky above the Black Snake Devil sect, there was a gigantic black devil serpent formed from the devil energy of heaven and earth. The sky above Linglong Palace was an ethereal fairy. It was also completely formed by energy, but it was pure chi of heaven and earth. In the sky above the 7 Stars Sword Palace, there was an enormous 7 stars treasured sword. In the sky above the Heavenly King Palace, there was an enormous Heavenly King's spear. In the sky above the Hall of Souls, there was a terrifying soul beast. In the sky above the Ice Dynasty, there was an endless stream of frigid energy that resembled a terrifying snowstorm. In the sky above the Fire Dynasty, there was an endless stream of scorching energy that resembled an enormous sun. In the sky above the Myriad Kingdoms, there was a huge dragon palace that looked like a dragon palace in the deep sea. In the sky above the 8 Immortals' kingdom, there were 8 figures. If anyone was familiar with the 8 experts of the 8 Immortals' kingdom, they would definitely recognize that these 8 figures were those 8 experts. In the sky above the primeval god tombs, there was a huge bronze coffin. At the beginning, the phenomenon in the sky shocked the martial artists from the other 8 organizations because they didn't know what it was. They thought that it was the cultivation of a certain expert from each organization. However, after half an hour, all the anomalies suddenly flew in the same direction. That was the 8 Immortal City, the capital of the Eight Immortals' kingdom. It was just that they couldn't see it. If they could see the whole process of the phenomena flying, they would find that they flew over the Eight Immortals' city and then merged into the map of the Western region's divine tomb. Ling Xiao could feel that powerful forces and different elements were being generated in the map of the Western region's divine tomb. He didn't know what would happen next, but he was sure that it wouldn't be simple. Is that the scene of the Nine Supremes catalog merging into one? It's really shocking. In the Eight Immortals city, many of the officials and martial artists from the previous dynasty saw this shocking scene. The person who spoke was one of the experts from the 3 provinces and 6 ministries, a 4th-level life-sizer. Originally, these people were not very convinced of Ling Xiao's strength. But now, seeing this shocking scene, they began to tremble with fear. So many people are fighting for the 9 Supremes catalog, and even the martial artists from the other 8 organizations are participating. I didn't expect that in the end, it would fall into his hands. It seems that he really is the chosen one. From the beginning, the Sword God Hall was doomed to failure. Another person smiled bitterly. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have made him an enemy. This was the true thought of all the officials from the previous dynasty at this moment. Before, they still had a little thought of restoring the previous dynasty. But now, they had completely abandoned that thought. The strange phenomenon in the sky lasted for a full hour before it finally began to dim. The influx of energy from the surroundings also gradually decreased. In the end, the phenomenon completely disappeared. And the map of the Western region's divine tomb in Ling Xiao's hand became stronger than before. He could feel that this was a magic treasure that was more terrifying than his bloodthirsty demon sword and ice-revered sword. With a thought, he sent the map of the Western region's divine tomb into the mountain river world. Then, the map of the Western region's divine tomb automatically transformed into a martial soul. This martial soul not only had the effect of a martial soul, but also the effect of the map of the Western region's divine tomb itself. It was as if it had perfectly merged with Ling Gao's soul. Chapter 3302. The Western region map of the Divine Tomb had merged perfectly with Ling Xiao. It would probably accompany him for many years to come. As the Western region map of the Divine Tomb turned into a martial soul, a piece of information appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. This information was the legendary martial arts of the Western region map of the Divine Tomb. And there was not only one martial art, but 10 different martial arts. 10 primary king-level martial arts. Each of them had the terrifying effect of dominating the Western region. Just as he had imagined, these 10 martial arts only had the most fundamental, martial way. There were no detailed written records. If he wanted to cultivate, he could only comprehend. If he did not have enough comprehension, he would not be able to cultivate. He tried to comprehend the Demon Lord sword art. Although his cultivation was much stronger than before, he still felt that it was hard to comprehend. However, he felt that it was still very difficult to comprehend. It was much more difficult than cultivating the Ghost God's seal. King-level martial arts were king-level martial arts. They could not be compared to general-level martial arts. But he was not in a hurry. Anyway, it was in his hands. If he could comprehend it at any time, he would succeed. And he was very confident in his comprehension. Coupled with the powerful analytical ability of the Tai Chi Eye, if he could not comprehend it, no one else could. The 10 martial arts of the Western region map of the Divine Tomb did not have specific requirements. It was just the martial way of the origin. Therefore, the things that each person comprehended would be different. For example, Ling Xiao comprehended the 10 martial arts of the Western region map of the Divine Tomb, and directly comprehended the 10 sword arts. Demon Lord Dark Heaven Sword Art. Black Snake Venomous Heaven Sword Art. Ling Long Celestial Sword Art. 7 Star Sky Falling Sword Art. Soul Elder Ling Heaven Sword Art. Ice Supreme Cold Sky Sword Art. Fire Supreme Blazing Sky Sword Art. 8 Immortals Heaven Fighting Sword Art. Heavenly King Sky Dominating Sword Art. Heavenly Sword Art. The 10 sword arts did not have a high or low level. They were all king-level sword arts. Did that mean that Ling Xiao only needed to cultivate one sword art? There was no need to cultivate so many sword arts? In fact, that was not the case. According to Ling Xiao's comprehension, the 10 sword arts had the same initial power. But they could accumulate power. A sword skill had the power of a basic king-level martial skill. But if he used 2 sword techniques at the same time, he could increase his power by 10 times. It was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The 3 sword techniques were 15 times more powerful. 4 types meant 20 times. Ling Xiao had 10 types of sword arts. If he could successfully cultivate all of them, and use them at the same time, the final increase in power would be 50 times. 50 times the attack power, that could be described as monstrous. In fact, the benefits of cultivating 10 sword techniques at the same time were not limited to this. According to the information that Ling Xiao had comprehended, after successfully cultivating the 5 sword techniques, the level of all the sword techniques would automatically increase. From a primary king stage martial skill to a medium king stage martial skill. Ling Xiao was still unable to comprehend any further improvements, but he was certain that the initial state of these 10 sword techniques was definitely not their final state. This thing should also be a martial art that could evolve. If it evolved to its final state, the power of 10 sword techniques at the same time would probably be even more terrifying. It wasn't a waste of my hard work to collect these 10 catalogs. I almost lost my life for this thing. Now it seems that it was definitely worth it. Ling Xiao smiled slightly and praised his wise choice back then. One had to know that it was basically meaningless to obtain 1 catalog back then. Even if he obtained 9, it would be meaningless. At that time, it was very torturous for him. He had spent so much effort, but in the end, he had gained nothing. That was really depressing. Fortunately, he did not give up. In the end, he defeated Dugu Kenjing and obtained the 10th catalog. He also successfully obtained this terrifying martial art. With this thing, he would have more capital to go to the primordial divine tomb. The 10 sword techniques, in addition to the accumulation of power, also had different sword intent attributes. Therefore, even if each sword technique was used alone, it would have a different effect. It was definitely worth it to cultivate. The most amazing thing was that as long as one could comprehend one of the sword techniques, then the comprehension of the other 9 sword techniques would become much easier. Of course, easier was relative. Compared to a general-level martial art and an ordinary king-level martial art, each of these 10 sword techniques required a rather harsh condition to cultivate. For example, when cultivating the Black Snake Venomous Sword technique, one needed a first reincarnation realm snake-type demonic beast's core. To the current Ling Xiao, this was simply a dream. Therefore, he carefully studied the 10 sword techniques and finally chose the one that was most suitable for him and the easiest to cultivate. That was Supreme Flame Blazing Sky Sword Technique. Supreme Flame Blazing Sky Sword Technique required one to possess a strange flame to cultivate it. This was a very difficult thing for others, but for Ling Xiao, it was very simple. It was very easy for him to obtain a strange flame. Supreme Flame Blazing Sky Sword Technique was just like its name. When used, it could release monstrous flames, and the worst was a strange flame. As for the other sword techniques, he could only take one step at a time. After all, the immemorial divine tomb was very big and there were many treasures. Perhaps after entering, he would be able to obtain the treasures needed for cultivation. Right now, there was no need to think too much. He just needed to focus on cultivating Supreme Flame Blazing Sky Sword Technique. Of course, to use Supreme Flame Blazing Sky Sword Technique, he naturally needed a fire attribute sword. Ling Xiao only had the Bloodthirsty Demon Sword and Supreme Ice Sword in his hands. Therefore, he told Jian Fulong about this matter and asked him to help search for a fire attribute sword. It would be best if it was a high-quality Emperor-level sword. If it really didn't work, a mortal-grade Emperor weapon would also work. He would make do with it first. While Jian Fulong was searching for a weapon for him, Ling Xiao had already begun cultivating Supreme Flame Blazing Sky Sword technique. In the past, if he wanted to comprehend a type of martial arts, the time he needed was at most a day. However, Supreme Flame Blazing Sky Sword technique took him a total of 7 days and 7 nights. After countless failures and countless frustrations, finally, on the 8th day, behind him, the image of the Western region's immemorial divine tomb appeared. From this image, a blazing giant sword flew out and floated above Ling Gao's head. Without a weapon, Supreme Flame Blazing Sky Sword technique can also be used. However, in terms of power, it is naturally inferior to using a weapon. After all, at this stage, weapons can still bring a lot of enhancement to martial arts. But even so, this move should be able to easily kill the black-clothed demon Anva and General Yulan. Although it is only at the entry level, Ling Xiao could feel the power of Supreme Flame Blazing Sky Sword technique. It was much stronger than Annihilation Sword and Ghost God's Seal. Just the entry level was already incomparably shocking. In terms of power, it was probably more than 10 times greater than Annihilation Sword. Of course, powerful martial arts also brought about a terrifying consumption. With Ling Xiao's current cultivation, using Supreme Flame Blazing Sky Sword technique once was already his limit. However, as his cultivation increased, the number of times he could use it would also increase. This was something that Ling Xiao absolutely believed. Chapter 3303. There are less than 3 days left before the primordial divine tomb completely opens. I can go and hone the power of Supreme Flame Sky-Scorching Sword art. Ling Xiao stood up and did not plan to go into seclusion anymore. For him, he could go into seclusion to comprehend martial techniques, but once he succeeded in comprehending them, actual combat would bring him greater improvement. There was no doubt about that. The moment he walked out of the palace, he felt an aura very similar to that of the black-clothed demon Anvo. You're finally willing to come out? A voice came from not far away. On the roof, a white-clothed woman sat there, sipping tea while looking at Ling Xiao indifferently. White-clothed divine Anvo! Ling Xiao recognized this woman. You're very powerful, you even killed the black-clothed demon envoy. The white-clothed divine Anvo laughed. He asked for it. Ling Xiao said indifferently. If it weren't for him, my city of 8 immortals wouldn't have been blown up. Oh? I thought you would deny it. I didn't expect you to admit it so readily. The white-clothed divine envoy was a little surprised. But this is easy. Although I despise that guy's actions, he is my accomplice after all. You killed him, I can't just do nothing. What do you want? Ling Xiao asked. Simple, take one move from me and this matter will be over. When I go back, I will have an explanation. The white-clothed divine Anva laughed. Okay, but can I also make a move? Ling Xiao looked at the white-clothed divine Anva and said. Of course. The white-clothed divine Anva nodded. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sneer. Did this woman still think that his strength was the same as it was 8 days ago? If that was the case, he would really die if he took one move from this woman. Because he could feel that although the white-clothed divine envoy's cultivation was the same as the black-clothed demon envoy's, her true strength was more terrifying than the black-clothed demon envoy's. She said one move, but in fact, she just wanted to kill him. In that case, he didn't need to be polite. Supreme Flame Sky-Scorching Sword Art was worried that he couldn't find a suitable person to test its power, so he could test it on the white-clothed divine envoy. Then make your move! Ling Xiao soared into the sky and stopped after reaching a height of over 100 meters. The white-robed divine envoy also flew high into the sky. Then, he struck out with his palm. This palm seemed ordinary, but it was actually very powerful. When it was blasted out, there was already thunder and lightning in the void. This world-shaking scene once again affected the hearts of the martial artists in the entire 8 Immortals city. But today, their mentality was completely different. After all, Ling Xiao had already killed 2 6th Division Life Seizers, so they had complete faith in Ling Xiao. The 5 kings and the others had no intention of interfering. He even felt a little relieved. The god and demon envoys, legendary figures, had actually come to cause trouble for the Emperor, but they did not know that. In exchange for this method, death would be the only outcome. Facing the divine envoy's attack, Ling Xiao did not draw his sword. Instead, he transformed into the beast soul of the everlasting heavenly rat. Then, the map of the divine tombs of the western region appeared behind him. He silently circulated his true essence and activated his sword art. A blazing sword of fire flew out from the map of the divine tombs of the western region. The sword of fire was formed from strange flame, and it emanated a scorching light. "Go!" Ling Xiao roared, and the sword of fire pierced through the air toward the white-robed divine envoy. At first, the white-robed divine envoy didn't pay it much mind. As far as she was concerned, a 4th division life-sizer, no matter how strong he was, couldn't possibly unleash a terrifying martial technique. But as the sword of fire neared, the white-robed divine envoy's face fell. "What? That's a royal-class martial technique!" She was completely shocked. Her martial technique was only at the peak of the general class, but her opponent was using a royal-class technique. How was this even possible? "Have you heard of the 9 Supremes catalog?" Ling Xiao's voice rang out in the white-robed divine envoy's ears. "I thought you were different from the black-robed devil envoy. Who would have guessed that you'd want to kill me? Is it because you feel threatened by my innate gift? The 9 Supremes catalog. Rumor has it that if you collect it, you'll get a royal-class martial technique. How is this possible? How could you possibly collect it all? Not even my master was able to collect it all in 10,000 years. At most, he only managed to collect 9 of them. Sadly, someone from the Dragon Mammoth tribe of the Sword Dynasty stole them all." The white-robed divine envoy was completely shaken. Unfortunately, there was no time for her to report this shocking information to her master. The terrifying flaming sword pierced through her body, carrying with it the flames of the heavens. "You killed us 2 emissaries. There's no way my master doesn't know about it. The archaic god Necropolis is destined to be your grave." In the moment before she died, the white-robed divine envoy let out a hysterical cry. "Don't worry," he said. "I'll definitely go to the archaic god Necropolis. But that place will be the grave of my enemies. If your master dares to attack me, I'll kill him." After releasing Supreme Flame's blazing sky sword art once, Ling Xiao felt incomparably tired. This thing was really incomparably powerful. Although it was incredibly powerful, it still consumed a lot of energy. It seemed that it would be best not to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Originally, he had been thinking about going out to practice his sword, but now he decided against it. The white-robed divine envoy was the perfect target for him to test his sword on. That was how terrifying the heaven-blazed sword of the Paragon was. Everyone knew that Ling Xiao could definitely defeat the white-robed divine envoy. But to tell the truth, the fact that Ling Xiao had killed the white-robed divine envoy with a single sword strike was shocking. His Majesty got even stronger in 8 short days. Yeah. I bet he's already gained enlightenment of the royal-class martial arts from the 9 Paragons catalog. Only someone with that level of comprehension would be able to reach such a terrifying level in such a short time. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao with even more reverence and respect than before. In the following 3 days, Ling Xiao didn't touch the 9 Paragons' sword of the Paragon. Instead, he focused on the Ghost God's seal and the Extermination God's sword. In the coming battles, the Ghost God's seal and the Extermination God's sword would be his main weapons of choice. On the final day, Ling Xiao gathered everyone he knew and bid them farewell. Although they didn't want to, they knew that Ling Xiao couldn't change his mind. Long Chen had already emerged from seclusion. Of course, he didn't let Ling Xiao down. After absorbing the dragon corpse, his cultivation base broke through to the 5th division of the life-seizing level. Although his fighting prowess couldn't compare to Ling Xiao's, his cultivation base was actually higher than Ling Xiao's. That was the ultimate advantage of the Dragonfolk. From what Ling Xiao could tell, Long Chen was very similar to Little Gold. The only difference was that one was a combination of the Golden Crow and the Devil-Devouring Embryo, while the other was a descendant of the Golden Dragon tribe. Both of them could use demonlings to grow stronger, which was much easier than Ling Xiao could. That was why Ling Xiao wanted to take them to the primeval god necropolis. There were many treasures in the primeval god necropolis that could help them grow stronger. Chapter 3304. Are you ready, Xiao Long? Ling Xiao looked at Long Qin and asked. Yes. Long Qin nodded and said, In that case, let's get ready to set off. The two of them held the God Fiend token in their hands while Ling Xiao gave the other token to Little Gold to hold in its mouth. The others watched this scene nervously. The God Fiend token began to emit a gentle light, as if some kind of power was awakening. Finally, a new chapter is about to begin. Primordial Divine Tomb, I'm coming. After resting for so long, from tomorrow onwards, there will definitely be bloody battles. However, it's also a chance for me to grow and improve. Ling Xiao was very excited. Long Qin was also very excited. As the God Fiend token's light continued to flicker, the light gradually enveloped Ling Xiao and Long Qin's bodies. Then, the two of them disappeared into thin air in front of everyone. They're gone! Yan Yu was a little reluctant. Yes, they're gone, but they'll definitely come back. Jian Fulong was full of confidence in Ling Xiao. That's right. When he comes back, we'll let him see a better Eight Immortals kingdom. Long Xiang clenched his fists. To be honest, whether it was him, Yan Yu, Bai Fang, or the others, they were all unwilling. It was only because they were not strong enough that they had to stay here. However, deep in their hearts, they also wanted to go to the primordial divine tomb. Cold Plum should be the most unwilling. She used to follow the Emperor. Isn't that right, Cold Plum? Yan Yu looked in a direction but found that there was no one there. Where's Cold Plum? Yan Yu asked in surprise. She was here just now. Look, there's a letter here. At the place where Ling Mei had been standing, a letter was lying flat on the ground. Don't miss me. I have something to do and left. The words on the letter were very simple, but the content was not simple. She couldn't have gone to the door of the divine tomb, right? The door of the divine tomb was completely open. Outside the door was a desolate desert. Suddenly, many figures appeared in the desert. Ling Xiao and Long Qin were two of them. When they disappeared from the city of Eight Immortals and reappeared, they were already here. In front of him, the huge door to the divine tomb exuded an ancient and vigorous aura, as if an ancient giant had been thrown there. Ling Xiao could sense the terrifying aura behind the door of the divine mausoleum. That aura was even denser than the Sword Dynasty. If he could cultivate, his cultivation speed would definitely be much faster. There are about 20,000 people, and it feels like the number is still increasing, Long Qin said as he looked around. There are so many people this time. It's a pity that the Sword Dynasty only has 3 divine demon tokens. The other 8 forces should have at least 1 or 2,000. The difference is really big. Ling Xiao sighed. The two of them went to a corner and sat down. No one moved, so it was better to wait and see. Anything unknown was full of unknown dangers, so Ling Xiao didn't want to act rashly. It wouldn't be good if he lost his life. Among these people, I'm afraid that I have the lowest cultivation. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly, but it didn't matter. The more experts he fought, the faster his cultivation would improve. These people had stronger cultivation than him, so it made him happy. Otherwise, it would be boring. Hello, can I sit here? Suddenly, a light appeared and another person appeared in the desert. It was a slender figure. This person walked to Ling Xiao and asked with a smile. Please take a seat. Ling Xiao was a little puzzled. He had never seen this girl before, but he could feel a familiar aura. It was really strange. I'm Meiying, how should I address you? The girl introduced herself and asked. Ling Xiao. Long Qin. The two of them answered. Although they were competitors, they could still be friends before entering the tomb of the gods. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not keep people at a distance. The 8 core martial artists haven't appeared yet? Someone suddenly chatted beside him. Ling Xiao knew what they meant by court-martial artists. Each of the 9 supremes had a large territory, so there were many martial artists. For example, in the Sword Dynasty, only the martial artists of the Sword God Hall could be called court-martial artists. It was similar in the other 8 forces. I haven't noticed yet. It seems that they come later every year. I don't know why, another person said. While they were talking, the ground suddenly shook. A large number of lights appeared in the desert at the same time. They're here! The people of the Vengeful Alliance, Myriad Kingdom, Soul Hall, and Celestial Empire have all arrived. Seeing the white light, many people revealed the look of awe. The 4 forces didn't have many court-martial artists, but there were about 5,000 of them. Among them, the Vengeful Alliance had the most people, with 2,000. The other 3 forces basically had about 1,000 people. The difference wasn't big. The clothes these people wore were very particular, as if they were deliberately separated from the other martial artists. Everyone was wearing a uniform with a special symbol on their body. The symbol of the Vengeful Alliance was a bloody sword. The symbol of the Soul Hall was a strange eye. The symbol of Celestial Empire was a throne. The symbol of the Myriad Kingdom was a flood dragon. It was very easy to identify them. The average strength of the core martial artists of the 4 forces was a level higher than that of the other martial artists. Even the weakest of them was at the 6th level of life seizing. It wasn't hard to understand why the 5th level life seizers had gone to the Sword Dynasty to fight for the 3 Devil God orders and lost their lives there. I have to be careful. I've killed most of the people from the other 8 forces. Ling Xiao was on high alert as he changed his facial features. At this stage, he couldn't afford to be targeted. Otherwise, he'd be finished. Among the core martial artists, Ling Xiao spotted 2 familiar faces. Feng Fei and Heavenly Sea Tyranny. Although there were many martial artists who had joined the western regions, these 2 were the true cream of the crop. Therefore, among the numerous martial artists, only these 2 had the greatest achievements. My old rivals have become very strong as well. Ling Xiao looked at Feng Fei and Heavenly Sea Tyranny, his lips quirking up in a smile. Against the core martial artists of the 4 forces, we don't have much of a chance. That's right. That's why we have to work together. After we enter, we'll try to find as many people as possible. Only then can we contend with the core martial artists of the 4 forces. Otherwise, we'll be used as cannon fodder. Forming an alliance was the most commonly used method. When one's own strength was insufficient, forming an alliance was the best choice. Otherwise, how could they compete with the core martial artists of the 4 forces if they were a sheet of loose sand? It would be difficult for him to even survive. Ling Xiao had similar plans. Forming an alliance would be of great help to him. If he fought alone, he'd definitely become a target for everyone. Chapter 3305. Gentlemen, I have some good stuff that can guarantee your survival in the Archaean necropolis. Would you like to buy some? Just as Ling Xiao was thinking about how to form an alliance, a fat man who looked like a balloon suddenly walked over mysteriously. He asked with a smile. I don't need it. Ling Xiao glanced at the person indifferently. It would be strange if he wasn't a swindler with a glib tongue. I don't need it either. Meiying, who was at the side, also said coldly. Heh. Looks like we've run into some smart people today. The fat man chuckled, not at all embarrassed to be seen through. I'm Fan Tuan, from the Myriad Kingdoms. How should I address the 3 of you? Ling Xiao. I'm from a remote kingdom. Not worth mentioning. Long Qin. Same as him. Meiying. Same as them. Fan Tuan was taken aback by their response. But then he smiled. Fine. It doesn't matter if you don't want to tell the truth. But I've seen so many people, and you 3 look like good people. Why don't we form an alliance? Alliance? Ling Xiao was just thinking about forming an alliance with someone when this Fan Tuan guy popped up. As the saying goes, one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. But he knew nothing about the Archaean necropolis, and this Fan Tuan seemed to know a lot more than he did. A temporary alliance wasn't a bad thing. We can form an alliance, but Brother Fan, you have to show some sincerity. I don't know much about the core martial artists of the 4 organizations. Would you mind introducing them to me? Know thyself, know thy enemy, and be undefeated in 100 battles. Since Ling Xiao had decided to enter the Archaean necropolis, he had to be prepared. And information was very important. Don't worry about it. Fan Tuan rubbed his big belly and laughed heartily. This time, the 4 major powers are all experts. Xian Wubian, Sect Lord of the Black Snake Devil Sect. Yi Linglong, Sect Lord of the Dazzling Palace. Xin Tian, Sect Lord of the Heavenly King Sect. And Mo Qixing, Sect Lord of the 7-Star Sword Palace. These were the 4 top experts of the League of Vengeance, all 9th-level Life Seizers. The reason why they came to the primordial divine tomb, besides obtaining the Fiend God token, was because they wanted to break through to the first reincarnation stage in one go. Only by reaching the reincarnation divine realm would the cultivation of the first reincarnation truly begin. The previous ones are just the basics of the basics. He's actually in the 9th division of life seizing. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Was this the strongest of the 9 supremes? Those rumors in the past seemed to be a little outdated. His cultivation compared to these people was simply like the difference between heaven and earth. From the looks of it, it was better to keep a low profile at the beginning to avoid encountering these extremely strong people. He looked at the 4 people. Just the slight collision of their vital essence in the air gave him a terrifying feeling that made him want to vomit blood. He was really too powerful. Little brother, once we enter the Archaean Divine Tomb, don't think about any treasures. We just need to survive. Rumor has it that as long as you survive, even if you don't obtain any treasures, your strength will still advance by leaps and bounds. Fan Tuan sighed. Clearly, he was also extremely afraid of the leaders of the 4 powerful factions. Ling Xiao replied casually, but inwardly, he didn't think much of it. If he only wanted to survive, why would he have come to the Archaean Divine Tomb in the first place? What about the other experts? Tell me about them. What he was most concerned about were the other experts. Next are the experts from the Celestial Dynasty. There are 3 of them. Do you see that middle-aged man in the dragon robe? That's the legendary Prince Tian. He's probably even stronger than the leaders of the League of Vengeance. Otherwise, why would Mo Li and Zhu Chang of the Ice Dynasty and Zhu Chang of the Fire Dynasty listen to him? After all, those 2 sovereigns are on the same level as the leaders of the League of Vengeance. Fan Tuan continued. Ling Xiao looked over at Prince Tian. He was wearing a yellow robe, and looked very domineering. Every movement he made seemed to contain the aura of a king. His eyes were very strange. One was fiery red, and constantly spat out blazing flames. The other was aqua blue, and constantly emitted a cold, sinister aura. Ice and fire appeared at the same time. This guy's martial spirit should be twin martial spirits. Although he couldn't see through his true cultivation, Ling Xiao could feel that this person's strength was indeed slightly stronger than the 4 leaders of the League of Vengeance. I killed General Yulan and refused to give the 9 Supremes catalog and the Fiend God token to Prince Tian. He must be very angry. This person will probably become one of the most terrifying enemies I'll face in the Archaean Divine Tomb. Ling Xiao thought in his heart, and then looked over at the Hall of Souls. That little girl is the master of the Hall of Souls. Fan Tuan pointed at a little girl who looked no more than 11 or 12 years old. The little girl was dressed in black, and gave off a very sinister feeling. Her skin was blue, and she looked like a corpse. Ling Xiao noticed that the others were standing far away from her. The desert beneath her feet had turned completely black. Is she really only 11 or 12 years old? Ling Xiao frowned. There's no need to doubt this, Fan Tuan said with a smile. There are some things that little brother probably doesn't know. That little girl endured a total of 3,600 terrifying punishments from the Hall of Souls, and she survived in the end. She obtained the terrifying body of disaster, and in addition to the terrifying spiritual power she possesses. She may be young, but her strength is terrifyingly strong. What is the body of disaster? I don't know the specifics, but I've heard that no matter who the body of disaster touches, that person will be haunted by bad luck. The Hall of Souls is really terrifying. They can even do this to a little girl. 3,600 punishments. Isn't this more terrifying than the 18 levels of hell? Ling Xiao sighed. However, that was someone else's matter, and there was no point in thinking about it. The rise of the Hall of Souls was very sudden, and no one even knew where they came from. They only knew that after the Hall of Souls was established, they only recruited people of the soul race and martial artists with powerful spiritual power. Every martial artist had to undergo cruel torture after entering the Hall of Souls. The more torture they endured, the stronger they would be. In a sense, it was also a shortcut to increasing their strength. It's just that most people couldn't endure it. This also caused the Hall of Souls to have the least number of people among the 4 great factions, but the strength of each person is extremely terrifying. Fan Tuan didn't dare to look at the girl. He only lowered his voice and explained these things to Ling Xiao. I keep feeling that she seems to be in a lot of pain. Ling Xiao's gaze suddenly collided with the Hall of Souls master. In that instant, he felt that he had stepped into a land of Azura. The 2 words, Hall of Souls, were clearly written on the door, and the surrounding environment was extremely harsh. Brat, you dare to pity me? In my opinion, the pain of flesh is much better than being weak. Being weak is the most painful thing in this world, and you are it. Chapter 3306. She's definitely not just in the 9th level of life seizing. With a single sentence, Ling Xiao was able to determine that the Hall of Souls master was stronger than anyone else. It had reached a terrifying level. Could it be the reincarnation god? Was such a terrifying person here to fight for the treasure of the 9 paragons? It seemed that the 9 paragons were even more terrifying in the past. Thankfully, the master of Soul Hall only looked coldly at Ling Xiao, and then ignored Ling Xiao. Otherwise, Ling Xiao really felt that he would run away. He had assumed that the 4 leaders of the League of Vengeance were the strongest. He had never imagined that the master of Soul Hall would be even more terrifying. How do you know she's not in the 9th level of life seizing? Fan Tuan said, stunned. But there are rumors that she's already in the reincarnation god realm, and is undying and indestructible. Undying and indestructible? That's impossible. Ling Xiao had cultivated undying and indestructible martial arts in the past, but he had come to the same conclusion. There was a lot of exaggeration in that. In fact, it wasn't as powerful as his life reversal divine ability. Undying and indestructible could only be achieved under certain conditions. It doesn't matter if it's possible or not. If you asked me, the only people you shouldn't provoke are this little girl and Dragon Mother of the Myriad Kingdoms. Fan Tuan lowered his voice and said, Just looking at these 2 people makes me tremble all over. Dragon Mother should also be in the reincarnation god realm. Ling Xiao looked at the people from the Myriad Kingdoms. Just Long Mu's physique alone was enough to shock people. She was about 10 meters tall, and her huge body caused the earth to shake and mountains to tremble. But to be honest, this Dragon Mother was an absolute beauty if one didn't care about her huge body. Whether it was her figure or her face, they were all top-notch. It was a pity that its body was too big, and it was not a dish for humans. Furthermore, she was just standing there, and yet she emanated a terrifying aura. Who would dare to think that way? Rumor has it that the core martial artists of Tato Land are the son and daughter of the Dragon Mother. This Dragon Mother was a mermaid of the sea race. She walked on land with her legs, but in the sea, her legs would turn into a huge fish tail, allowing her to swim very quickly. Her strength on land is already very terrifying, but in the sea, she is several times stronger. Although Fan Tuan's strength wasn't that great, this fellow knew quite a lot. It was no wonder that he had always been doing small businesses. He probably knew a lot of things through the grapevine. They were all after the 9 Supreme's treasures. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Facing such a powerful opponent, there was no doubt that he would be left in the dust. But it didn't matter. He liked this kind of huge pressure. Only when the pressure was sufficient would he be able to leap. Moreover, this was the archaic divine tomb, the place where the law of the dark jungle was most likely to occur. The strength of an ant might explode overnight and turn into a dinosaur. Therefore, no one dared to underestimate each other at this moment. Otherwise, they would really suffer losses. Moreover, Ling Xiao had his own advantages, and that was the map of the divine tombs of the western region. Not only was it a magical treasure, but it also contained king-class martial arts. It was also the key to opening the 9 Supreme's treasures. Just based on this point alone, he was already much better than the others in Ling Xiao. The 2 most powerful experts in the western region are Dragon Mother and Dark Frost, the master of the Hall of Souls. The others are a bit weaker. However, for the League of Vengeance and the Celestial Dynasty to be called the 4 great powers along with the Hall of Souls and the Myriad Kingdoms, they naturally have their own strengths. That's why Dragon Mother and Dark Frost can't destroy them. Listening to Fan Tuan's explanation, Ling Xiao nodded, but in his heart, he was calculating his own situation. It had taken him less than 2 months to go from the 1st level to the 4th level of the life-seizing stage. The further one progressed, the slower one's cultivation would be. However, he wasn't affected by that. His cultivation speed was related to the strength of his opponents. The stronger his opponents were, the faster his cultivation speed would be. Therefore, sometimes his cultivation speed would be faster than his cultivation speed. That was why he was so determined to enter the primeval god necropolis. There were simply too many powerful experts here. If he had stayed in the Sword Dynasty, it would have taken him 10 years, maybe even 100, to reach another level. But here, he could probably achieve several breakthroughs in a month or 2. Even so, it would probably take him a year or so to reach the level of Dragon Mother and Dark Frost. He still felt that it was too slow. If only he could benefit from that, he could achieve explosive growth. He was the only one who had such thoughts. If he said it out loud, he would probably be strangled to death. Dark Frost aside, Dragon Mother had cultivated for 100 years before reincarnating to reach her current level. After reincarnating, she had cultivated for another 200 years. That speed was incredible. Furthermore, after reaching the reincarnation god level, she had been cultivating for 50 years, and her cultivation had stagnated. That was why Dragon Mother wanted to enter the primeval god necropolis so often. The path of martial arts was an arduous one. Ling Xiao, this fellow, was actually unhappy because he had to spend a year's time. This was simply an invisible act of pretentiousness. Even the special Dark Frost had spent 10 years and endured 3,600 terrifying punishments from the Soul Hall. One could imagine the pain she had to endure. Compared to them, Ling Xiao was really lucky. His cultivation speed was too fast. Of course, talent was one thing, but strength was another. He could only defeat the low-level martial artists of the other 8 Supremes. He could not afford to offend most of them. Outside the primeval god necropolis, no one would casually make a move. Because fighting here was strenuous and unrewarding. Not only would they not gain any benefits, but they might also be targeted by others and expose their trump cards. Therefore, everyone restrained themselves and waited for the envoy of the Fiend God Token's owner to arrive. The 2 Envas are dead. I wonder if the owner of the Fiend God Token has received the news? Ling Xiao thought to himself. The primeval god necropolis has always been a world of young people. Explosive growth and strength has always occurred. We've all benefited from it. I wonder how the geniuses of the various organizations will perform this time? Xian Wubian said. Humph. I heard that your League of Vengeance recruited 2 so-called geniuses from the White Tiger continent. How embarrassing. Do you think the geniuses of the Western domain can't compare to the White Tiger continent? Dragon Mother snorted coldly, her voice filled with arrogance and disdain. She didn't seem to be afraid of offending anyone. Her words were filled with provocation. Mother is right. This trip to the primeval god necropolis is naturally a battlefield for the geniuses of the myriad empires. Those two so-called geniuses from the White Tiger continent are probably only in the 6th stratum of the life-seizing level, right? We're way behind them, said a 2-meter-tall man behind Dragon Mother. Who's that? Chapter 3307. That's Dragon Mother's second son, Shui Weining. 8th stage life seizing. Fan Tuan lowered his voice. He's strong, but he's not Dragon Mother's strongest child. Her 4th son, Dragon Shark, is in the 9th stage of life seizing. Supposedly, he's as strong as the 4 leaders of the Alliance of Vengeance. So strong! Ling Xiao frowned. He didn't expect the younger generation to be so strong. It could be seen that with more resources, their strength had indeed increased at a faster rate. He had to work even harder. What's the point of being strong? He said. In the primeval god tomb, the tables can be turned at any time. What do you have to be so smug about, Shui Weining? It was heavenly sea tyranny. He was just as domineering as before. Although Ling Xiao had defeated him in the past, ever since arriving in the Black Tortoise continent, his domineering aura had only increased. Ha ha! You've got guts. Believe it or not, I'll kill you first. Shui Weining laughed heartily. I don't believe it. Don't let me kill you first. Heavenly Sea Tyranny didn't back down. They hadn't even entered the primeval god tomb, but the smell of gunpowder was already there. Although they hadn't fought yet, it was easy to imagine what would happen once they entered. Humph. They say the primeval god tomb is a temple for geniuses, a tomb for experts. I, Dark Frost, don't believe that. The strong are strong, and the weak are weak. Even if an ant becomes a dinosaur can become a dragon. I can still suppress you. All of a sudden, Dark Frost's girlish voice rang out. When she said this, many people wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare. Everyone knew how terrifying Soul Palace was. Everyone knew how terrifying Dark Frost was. Soul Hall's lord is right. I, Prince Heaven, refuse to believe that the primeval god tomb is an equal opportunity for everyone. Prince Heaven had been hiding for many years, and now he was reappearing. Other than Dark Frost, he was the youngest of the top experts in the primeval god tomb, and looked to be in his 40s or 50s. To be able to reach the 9th stage of life seizing at 40 or 50 years of age was a freakish level of talent. Of course, it couldn't be compared to a certain someone. A certain someone was cheating. Listening to these hostile words, Ling Xiao deeply understood that the Archean Divine Tomb was really a cemetery. Who knew how many corpses of martial artists would be buried? And he, perhaps, would become one of them. However, he had to survive until the end. Although he was weak and didn't receive much attention, it was precisely because of this that perhaps it was a good thing. When a group of dinosaurs were fighting, they wouldn't notice the ants in the distance. The best-case scenario would be for the 4 major forces to fight each other. In the end, there would be heavy casualties, and he would reap the benefits. However, it shouldn't be that easy. At the very least, his old rivals Tianhai Tyranny and Feng Fei weren't simple characters. These two were ranked at the bottom among the young geniuses of the Revenge Alliance. The others weren't simple either. There was another person that Ling Xiao was very concerned about, and that was Tato Lan's Dragon Shark. This person was very low-key. One could say that he was the strongest among all of Dragon Mother's children, but he stood behind everyone without saying a word. This kind of person was the most terrifying. There was also that Imperial Prince Tian, who was very ostentatious. But he did have the qualifications to be ostentatious. That terrifying strength was definitely above most people. Fan Tuan, gather up. The god and devil envoys should be arriving soon. Suddenly, a voice roused Ling Xiao from his thoughts. Next, he saw a group of people walking over. They were all strong, with the weakest being at the 6th level of life seizing. Their leader was even at the 7th level. Boss Lei, I know a few friends. Why don't you let them join us? The more the merrier, Fan Tuan said to the leader. Of course, we welcome them. Boss Lei laughed heartily. Ling Xiao didn't even have time to celebrate before Boss Lei continued. Same rules. Anyone who joins us has to pay 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. After that, everything they get will belong to us. I have the final say on how to split it. In response, Ling Xiao immediately dismissed the idea of working together. He would rather take Long Qin and Little Gold with him. Little brother, hurry up and agree, Boss Lei said. Although you might not get anything, and might even lose some mid-grade spirit stones, with Boss Lei protecting you, you'll definitely survive. As long as you survive, you'll have a future, Fan Tuan said anxiously. As far as he was concerned, that wasn't a big deal. After all, that was how he had joined the group. He was just doing it to survive. However, in Ling Zhao's eyes, this was no different from robbery. There's no need for that, Yang Qi said. Waving his hand dismissively, Ling Xiao said, Go ahead. Boss Lei chuckled. Do you think that's too much money, boy? That's a protection fee to protect you from getting killed. Boss Lei chuckled darkly. Like I said, there's no need, Ling Xiao said again. Humph. You don't know what's good for you. Once we get into the primeval god necropolis, you'll regret it. Let's go. Snorting coldly, Boss Lei turned and left. Fan Tuan shook his head helplessly and left as well. The only reason he had invited Ling Xiao to join them was because he found Ling Xiao interesting. Who could have guessed that Ling Xiao didn't appreciate his good intentions at all? AI. You'll regret this, young man. Boss Lei sighed. Ling Xiao chuckled. Would he regret it? Boss Lei was strong, but he was only in the 7th division of life seizing. How could he possibly protect them? If things went wrong, they might end up being used as cannon fodder. He might as well do it himself. Besides, he was only in the 7th division of life seizing. All he had to do was break through to the next level, and he would definitely be able to defeat a 7th division life sizer. What did he have to fear? The time has come. The door to the god necropolis is closing. Please enter. All of a sudden, a voice rang out. Ling Xiao looked in the direction of the voice, his eyes wide with shock. 2 figures stood there, one in black and one in white, both wearing masks. If they weren't the god-devil emissaries, who else could they be? Don't tell me there's more than one pair of emissaries? That can't be right. I've heard that there are only 2 of them. If these 2 are real, then who are the ones I killed? Ling Zhao's brow furrowed, and his vigilance grew. Boss, Dragon said, these 2 are way stronger than the ones you killed. As a true dragonfolk, Dragon's son had a beastly sense of smell. Although he couldn't tell exactly how strong the 2 emissaries were, he could tell that they were incredibly powerful. I know. They're at least in the 8th division of life seizing. It seems that the 2 emissaries I killed were just emissaries sent by them. In other words, there's no way anyone from the primeval god necropolis can enter the western domain. Ling Xiao could only think of one possibility. Whatever. There's no point thinking about it. From the looks of it, they don't seem to know that I killed their emissaries. Or even if they did, they wouldn't care. After all, as far as they were concerned, those 2 emissaries were nothing more than tools to be discarded. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.